one principle stands above all. That is integrity. In a democracy, leadership is not merely about occupying office, it is about trust, accountability, transparency, and service to the people. A leader with integrity does not only make promises but keeps them. Such a leader does not only wield authority but exercises it with responsibility and moral courage. Well, today on the show, we are privileged to host a man who does not only exemplify integrity but also has the people at heart. And of course, this is evident in his activities, in his words, and in his actions. Gracious will do us the honor. But then I'm Victor Eulogy, and of course,
And I'm Gracious Fenana. Well, I guess, like Victor has rightly mentioned, he's the APC candidate for the Sabama Ikremo Federal Constituency in 2023 general elections for House of Representatives. We have with us in the studio this afternoon Honorable Bless Olomo, a politician and philanthropist. It's really good to have you join us today, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to be here.
Okay. Well, like Victor has actually mentioned, but Victor, maybe you can take over from there as we discuss politics in Bayelsa with you. You were someone who was actually, I mean, even very recently, you've been doing so much. 2023, your name was everywhere, and the media and all. And yes, the timetable is out again from INEC. So, but generally, there's been a lot of, defection from a lot of states, governors defecting to the ruling All Progressives Congress, and that has also happened here in Bayelsa State. Looking at someone who, I mean, you've been a party member before the defection, so I want to get your take on the recent development in politics here in Bayelsa State. How would you assess it?
Yeah, thank you. I am grateful to God to be here. And honestly, I'm always passing through this road. I never knew there is a TV station in Yenegua. And a few weeks ago, a few days ago, we flew together, I and the producer or the MD or the CEO of the TV station. And we had a wonderful chat while we got to Abuja. And he had never told me that he has opened a TV station only for gift. Kept calling, and I thought I was coming for a radio program. So when I came in and seeing the setup, honestly, I am impressed. I thank you, and I think this is what we should be doing as a people. I want to congratulate Saint. I want to tell him that I have seen this place, and God will crown his effort, knowing fully well that you're reporting there are standards and there are procedure which I know that you guys will abide by the code of conduct in the television station. Yes, just like you have said, there's a new sheriff in town, which is the executive governor of Bayelsa State. By the APC constitution, he is the leader of the party. He leads and we follow. Yes, in our last stakeholders meeting, just like what I told him, I have watched him from afar with his spiritual disposition of the state. And it is only when God built, the laborer will all labor in vain. So he has started with a clean slate coming to APC. And in our stakeholders meeting, he said it, and I quote, that you can't come to a house and want to take over every property in that house. It's just like me coming to your TV station. I want to carry your camera, I want to carry this, I want to carry this. No. It is not done, and even God will not allow it to happen. So, there must be give and take. Those that have labored from 2015 to date, yes, that a lot of people came to APC. Some of them left. Some came back. Some left. Now everybody, not everybody, some are still in PDP. As you all know, my local government chairman, Sagbama, she did not defect. The House of Rep, the person I contested with, Fred Agwedi, did not defect. Senator Eris Erake did not defect. The vice chairman of Sagbama local government equally did not defect. And even some government appointees, they are still in PDP. So they have made up their mind they are not going or coming to APC. So we that we are in APC, we must also have a good quality of fair share. You know, there must be a symbiotic relationship so that there won't be bad blood, so that the man who has been a chairman for many, about 3-4 years, the people that stood for President Ahmed Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you know, to ensure that today he is the president. As you all know, in 2015, go and check the results of APC and PDP. In 2015, 2019, PDP was getting close to about 60,000 votes in Sagbama local government to 70,000 votes because we were not active in 2015. In 2019, we were not fully active. But in 2023, when we came on board with what we have done for our people in Sagbama Ekeremo, I make boast under God that there is no community in Sagbama that have not facilitated or have not been instrumental in erecting a project in the 38 community. Sagbama has 38 community politically. So in that 38 community, Michael Bless Olomu have, you know, planted a legacy. So that's why you see there's no community that you go to that the name Michael Bless Olomu is not an household name. Because what we have done, you know, being young in politics, the vision, the charisma we have brought into the political space, where people get appointment, they forget about their community. Somebody was saying something somewhere that it is Michael Olomu that has opened our eyes. That before, when we get job in NDDC, we used to sell it. But when Michael Olomu came, he said, no, he will not sell the job, but he will go and look for money and do it. Because when you do the job, you have dual purpose. One, you will make profit. Two, your community will benefit. But before now, all those that have had opportunity, what they do is a job that is that expensive for like 150 million, 200 million, they will sell it for a peanutry of maybe like 5 million. And after 1 month, that 5 million is gone. But for us, we said, no, if we have opportunity, that job must be located in our place. Yes, we will get somebody that will do it. In doing it, we say we will get more as a person. The community too is benefiting. So you see that there's a dual benefit. So by doing that, our name came on ground. People were seeing that this boy, he no be commissioner, he no be advisor for state, he no be MD, he no be this, he no be that. He has attracted project to this community. He has attracted project to this community. He has influenced project to this community. He has influenced project to this community. If we give him opportunity, he will do better. Because those people that are elected, those people that have what it takes to bring this project, they will just sell it so that the people don't know they have opportunity of bringing projects to their people. Employment, we have brought in so many people in federal level, you know, in other agencies of government where we have opportunity, we will ensure that our people are employed. So that is what we have been doing over the years. And, you know, the governor has said it, that everybody must be carried along, whether new, whether old APC. Now everybody is in APC. You understand? That everybody should be part and parcel of the process of this world and the local government congress, and believing that those that are saddled with the responsibility will follow what the governor is a directive. And you know, when a governor speaks is a directive, so everybody that will not follow the directive of the governor, well, will have him himself to be blamed. So we have been with the people. We have been doing things for the people. And for me, it is not because we have so much, that's why we are giving.
Yeah.
It is because we have the art of giving. We give not because we have plenty. We give because it is commanded, and it is a command that we must give to the less privileged. We must help our brothers and sisters so that society can be a better place for us.
Okay, I mean, you've said so many things. And since our focus this morning is on integrity, we want to believe that there are people who have said Bielsa as a state would have grown bigger and even better than it is now, if not for the lack of integrity on the part of some politicians in the state. Do you agree with that school of thought?
Absolutely, yes. Let me take you down to a story. I will not mention some names because this is a live interview because of the persons that are involved. I was a special assistant to Executive Governor of Bayelsa State between 2008, end of 2008, to 2012. Now, I was called upon that there was somebody who we have the same name, Olomu. So, and they said, oh, the man has done this, the man has done that I should broker out a meeting. I was just in my 20s. That I should broker out a meeting for discussion. Now, I didn't know that Famtangbe had been arranged to arrest the man. Being an aide to a governor, and while we were meeting, I said, okay, our meeting has been scheduled for so time. While we were in the meeting, in Prince Igbagara's house. So we were in Prince Igbagara's house for that meeting. So while we were in the meeting, police came, arrested Prince Igbagara, arrested the person we were having the meeting. Then Igbagara was special advisor. We all went to state CID. I wasn't arrested because probably I don't know why. When I got to state CID, they said they have to write statement. And I went to meet His Excellency, the governor, Temi Presiva. I said, Your Excellency, see wetin dey happen now. He said, am I sure? I said, yes. He said, okay. He will handle the situation. That does not call for arrest. Before I know it, the man has been charged to court. Before I know it, the Olomu has been taken to Aoda prison. He was reminded in the prison. And I sat down and I went into prayer. I said, God, what is happening? I felt I was to resolve an issue. I was an aide to the governor. I said, my Lord, I felt I was to resolve an issue. Why am I in the middle of this thing? My position is at stake. My integrity is at stake. What do I do? As a young man in his 20s, I am making so much waves in government, and this is a government issue. What do I do? If I don't support the government, I will lose my appointment. If I support the government, I will be in government and I've lost my integrity. I was asked to be the prime witness of the case.
Against the man?
Against the man.
Wow.
I was doc. A Bible was given to me. I took an oath that the truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God. I went and they asked me, what is the issue? I said, my Lord, this man is innocent of all the charges. The man collapsed right in court. He was discharged and acquitted. So when we talk about integrity, some of us had political integrity. If it was to some other person, is an aide. I have an unlimited access to the governor. I have unfertile access to the governor. Of course, I would have said, oh, my position is at stake. I beg, let me just support what they have asked me to support. And they went to meet the governor. They told him that, Your Excellency, Mike has spoiled the case. Your Excellency said, I know Mike. Mike will say the truth and nothing but the truth. People must know you for your antecedent and what you will do. The governor knew that I will not give any false statement against anybody. Yes, some few years ago, Bobby Ugo, one of our APC media aide, I was somewhere. and I got a call that he was being arrested. I drove to his house. I went to his house. I deployed everything humanly possible. He was charged to Okaka. I was there with him. I stood with him. I got all sorts of calls that, oh, hey, this, if you do this. At the end of the day, we stood for him. Not only him, even when Saint was also arrested, we all stood. We all defended him. My life has been a life of integrity, irrespective of whoever will be. I stand for the truth. According to our friend Dino Melaye, he said, you say the truth, you will die. You don't say the truth, you will die. For me, I have chosen to say the truth because one day all of us will die in a very good old age. So the younger generation that are coming, we must stand for something. If you don't stand for something, you will fall for something. And that same man that is convincing you to do evil, the same man will not use you tomorrow because he knows your antecedent. He knows that if he has opportunity, that this man will not defend him too if this man is in the other side. But they just want to play you. They will tell you, don't worry, you are looking for House of Rep position. Oh, you must compromise. If you don't compromise in politics, people will not compromise for you. But for me, I think what is right, what is wrong. And we must stand for the right, and we must stand for the truth. We must always propagate the truth, irrespective of the situation, irrespective of the condition. For me, I've made up my mind. We will stand to defend the oppressed. We will stand to advocate for the truth. If our voice is heard, glory be to God. But one day, according to Martin Luther King Jr., he said, and I quote, a time will come when one of his children will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I want to be judged by the content of my character, not because I am fair, and not because this man is black, not because my mother is from Imo State and my father is a Bayelsa. Some people will say, oh, hey, this man is not a proper Bayelsa. This man is not a proper, I want to be fair to all concerned. In Rotary, we were made to believe that there are four-way tests of the things we do or say. Anything you do, you must make sure it's the truth. Anything you do, you must make sure it's fair to all concerned. Anything you do, you must make sure it will be beneficiary to all concerned. So when we do these things, when we have this watch word, and when we have this in our mind, we'll know that society will be a better place. What are they going to give us? 100,000. What will 100,000 naira do for you in Nigeria? What would they give you 150,000? What would 150,000 naira do to buy your conscience for just a peanut tree? For me, I have said, God forbid. I will speak the truth now that I'm alive. I will speak the truth even on gunpoint. I will speak the truth no matter whoever is involved. I will always say the truth. And just like the Bible has admonished us, you say the truth at all times. And that's what I am doing.
All right, thank you so much. Let's come back to the politics in Bayelsa again. And that's where we actually started off from as well. We'll still come back to the integrity test because a lot of things that I still want to ask you after I finish talking. Now, very recently, the governor, His Excellency Senator Naija, actually put up a committee to oversee certain things in the APC. Like you rightly mentioned, that there are people that have actually been building the house before some persons defected. Large majority from the PDP defected to the APC. Would you say that the committee that was recently set up by the governor is actually a fair deal? Do you really see yourself, and other persons that have actually been in the party before the arrival of others getting a first chance? You, for example, you contested for the House of Reps in 2023, and having others who still have seen interest as you in PDP before defected, do you think that that is going to be a fair deal for those persons that have actually been here? Are they going to get a fair deal since they now have the arrival of those that have actually been ruling in the state right now in the APC?
Well, thank you, Gift. For me, gracious, thank you. For me, the governor meant well. Now, if the governor did not mean well for us, he probably would have sat down in government house and probably has asked one or two persons from each of the ward and local government to just write names and submit. For me, I must commend the dexterity and the doggedity of the executive governor of Bayelsa State, distinguished Senator Doye Diri. For doing that, he has my support, and I owe him on a very high esteem for taking that bold step. Secondly, he went ahead to say that you cannot come to somebody's house and want to take over everything, that it is not possible. Even God will not allow it to happen. And that's why you see some pocket of protests and he has said any ward, any local government that has any issue that is going to take it up and address the issue, that is a man that meant well for everybody. Yes, you cannot be for everybody. It's just like you have your children and your brother children. Yes, you tend to show that you are the father of all. But in your heart, there are those that you hold close. But yes, the governor has proven to us, the old member, yes, they said everybody is new, and we are believing that with this, we'll see how new we are, or how togetherness everybody will be. Yes, some persons had been in this party. Some persons fought for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Now, the governor has said it that one of the cardinal purpose is Tinubu's election. Now, who loves Tinubu more? The man that has been fighting for you for the past 4 years, and the man who is coming to fight for you. Now, are you not coming to support what we have been supporting? That is it. So the man who is there, who is supporting this process, has the mind to support. So it's not as if this man will betray. Now, I said it. Particularly, I'll make my emphasis in Sagbama. In the 2023 election, compared to 2019, compared to 2015, Sagbama has a total voting strength of about 120,000. But in the 2023 general election, we were able to reduce the voting strength to one man, one vote in Sagbama. And we know the outcome of it. And we know what APC got. If APC, when everybody was on that side in PDP, if all of them put together, they could not defeat us with 70%, with 60%, not even more than 50%. That means we have over 35% strength in Sagbama. So a man who has 35% strength, when everybody was on one side, now I make bold to say that Sagbama is the strongest hold of PDP in Bayelsa State.
PDP or APC?
PDP. Before now. Before now.
Yes.
In 2023, Sagbama is the strongest hold of PDP.
And not Southern Niger?
No. Southern Niger has a lot of heavyweight in APC. The David Lion is the Southern Niger. The Joshua McIver is the Southern Niger. The T-Way them are in Southern Niger. We won a lot of House of Assembly election, Sele. You understand? We have some stake. APC has stake. But in Sagbama, there are no much stake. Our constituency one House of Assembly member did not defect to PDP, APC. Is in PDP. So you look at all these elements. Serake Dixon, one-time House of Rep member, two-time governorship candidate, or a governor, of this state. Presently a senator, is in PDP. He did not defer to APC. So you think you undermine the strength of PDP in Sagbama? No, you will not. We already have what we have. We have about 35% support base. Minimum 35%. You know, an ordinary layman should say, okay, these people get 35% strength when they were together. And you people have come to join us. With this, our 35%, let's say you are bringing another 35% or 40%, that is 75%. So if you are to give us 35% stake, it's a fair share. But if you are coming to say you want to take 70%, 80%, we that have 35% stake ab initio.
Had a structure.
I contested an election in the both local government, and people saw what happened.
You fought against the results from.
My dear, I defeated a man who has done nothing for the people for 12 years. They knew what happened now. I defeated him. We went to the tribunal. Tribunal said we should go back and do the primaries.
You mean Fred Agbegi?
Yes.
He's been doing some empowerment programs.
Tell me one as he has done.
Very recently, even if I can highlight it, I remember that there was
Nylon bag of rice.
certain empowerment program.
Please show it. Put it on your. If you don't put it on your TV station, I will not come here again.
No, please don't.
If you don't put it on your TV station,
Please don't say
look
that.
at the empowerment I have been doing, and look at a man who was a PDP chairman, and look at a man who is a fourth-time member of a House of Rep. They say ranking is key. Look at what Senator Natasha is doing. She's a first-time member. Look at what Ekpenyo, a senator, one of the young men from Cross River, is doing. Look at what many young people, first-time member, are doing. My brother and my sister, I have come and I have said it severally. It is a man that knows the road. If you turn off this light, I can tell you that some persons will find it difficult to leave this room. That's but true. You that knows the in and out will have. Remember, I was essay on National Assembly matter in NDDC. I was essay on special projects in NDDC. I was essay external affair in NDDC. I was essay FCT in NDDC. I was essay special duties in NDDC. I have interacted with the National Assembly members. I have friends. All my life has been in the north and in the west. The better part of my life. I have a good number of friendship in the National Assembly. As of today, I have over 100 persons who are my direct friend in the National Assembly. And if you keep 100 people out of 300, you know that decision making will come up and will be able to pull out something. I overheard a member House of Rep few days ago lamenting that she has not accessed 2025 budget. She was giving out canoe that me self at the buy dash people and they will put them for social media. She was giving out life jacket, even me as an individual. I do that without putting it on live stream. So if you cannot access it, you should be ashamed. You should be ashamed of yourself that your colleagues are accessing it. You should be ashamed of yourself that you are unable to do what others are doing. People should bend their heads on shame, for God's sake. Most of them are old. They are over 60 years. The Green Chamber is not a place for age. It's a place where the younger generation can cross-fertilize ideas, can interact.
That's if the younger generation is ready.
Am I not ready?
You might be ready.
I am ready. Okay, send me. Send me.
Not too young to run, not too young to run. At the end of the day, you see them still supporting the very elderly.
I say I am ready. Here am I. Send me.
Okay.
And see if I will not deliver. I am making myself available. I have done what none has done. I am doing what none of them has done. So I think just like when the president, a lot of people was campaigning before the 2023, he said Emilo Kon. I am telling the people of Sagboma Ekeremo that Emilo Kon. It is my turn. I have independently financed this party at the local government.
By this party, you mean?
The APC.
Okay.
I have used my personal resources to support the party before now. When there are issues in the party, we have supported this party without even having anybody at the center. We have been using our personal resources. Yes, I say personal resources because if you call me to supply laptop in this your building and I end up supplying laptop.
Yes, sir, we even want. Now that
wait now, and I make profit in the supply and I use my profit to do empowerment. Is it government money?
No, that's your money. That's your money.
When I'm an aide to the governor and they are sharing projects to community, you carry project as an aid to your community and you make money. You keep your money in your pocket. You use your money to go and do transport business. You use your money to build school. You use your money to build houses in Ugele,
for
in
yourself.
Port Harcourt, and put tenants. And you make the money. Somebody say, I'm loyal. He say, nothing there. The government self, nothing dey this government o. Na suffer o dey suffer o. If not because of say nothing there for don resign o. They are blackmailing the government and they are making money privately. Their children are enjoying. They are in private university. They are private secondary school. Your own children are in public school. You are begging somebody 10,000 naira. He say I no get to manage 500 naira. While we are doing business, we are using our own profit. In turn, give back to society. They say all of them are government, but your own na personal. My own because I dey do am and na government. So people say sort of things without taking an in-depth analysis of it.
Okay.
We give not because we have money. We give because we love giving. They say the Bible say, and the Lord loves what?
A cheerful giver.
Cheerful giver. So for us, we'll keep giving. We'll continually give. Today we'll give. Tomorrow we'll give. Next tomorrow we'll give. Whether they say it is government money, whether they say it's not government money, but their own money is their money. They keep it to themselves. Our own money that we make profit, and in turn we go back to the society and help the less privileged. Look at the program we did yesterday. Look at the disabled people. You look at the smile. A journalist called me that she's a single mother of 3 children. That she was just crying all throughout the program. That if she had an opportunity of somebody that would have at least given her 100,000 to help her children's education. Look at the elderly women. If you look at the pictures, how we carefully selected them. We went to their shops. Some of them are selling just 1 rubber of garri. Some of them are selling just Maggi, tomatoes, few other things. For God's sake, people should appreciate what we are doing, and people should applaud us.
Now that you said it even highlight, Victor, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I mean, you've said so many things. But one thing that kept running through my 2 questions actually that kept running through my mind. But the first one is, you said it's your turn. What exactly is wrong with the politics in Bayelsa State? Why is it that people like you have not been voted into power? Why is it that people like you who have shown integrity or have shown interest or desire to better the lives of the people, why is it that people like you are not the ones occupying political offices, not appointment, elective political offices in this state? What do you think are some of the problems we have with Bayelsa politics, if you can enumerate them?
1 is greed. 2 is godfatherism. 3 is clique. Now, I was a teacher before having my BSc in sociology. I have NC, and I was teaching in government secondary school, Braining KB, before I moved to Bayelsa State to further my education. One of the things I always want to give examples so that I can, explain and our listener can understand. I was with my boss, the former managing director, CEO of Naija Delta Development Commission, Aqua. I was pleading that my alma mater, Naija Delta University, Alaibe came with a theory that every state must have a 500-bed hostel in its time. And it was just Akwa Ibom State and Bayelsa State that was left. So Akwa Ibom State own was going because Akwa is from Akwa Ibom. That of Bayelsa is still on DPC. Now, one of the contractors have neglected his side. He has written to NDDC that he's no longer interested. Another one is still battling. Now, I looked at it that we have opportunity. We can have 3 hostels. And there were debate, Bayelsa, and we don't need another one. Let's wait for the hostel they have been building for over 10 years. This was in 2021. Alaibe left office over 10, 15 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. Now, I pleaded with the managing director. I said, Mike, it's a nice idea. You don't have money to build. Who do you think can do this thing for your people that will do it well? Now, if you go to my community at Bedebri, I had done over 5-kilometer road, both concrete and asphalt.
Oh. From your pocket?
Not from my pocket. I influenced.
Okay.
From NDDC, I influenced those projects in my community. And I looked at the contractor was diligent and upright. So I recommended the contractor. And he said, yes, he has heard of that contractor, is a good one. Now go to NDU. That is a project that was criticized. Today, NDU has 650 bed hostel, fully completed, will be inaugurated, it will be commissioned in no distance time. Now, when the managing director, our brother and our leader, the MD, CEO, Samuel Obuku, chief, PhD, when he came in, he said, no, now this thing can be modified. When he came on board, from 500 bed hostel, he said, no, we can modify it. Now it is 650 bed hostel. They have brought in long tennis. They have also brought in swimming pool. This is a modern facility. Every room is in suite. You understand? You have your room, you have your bed, you have your kitchen cabinet. You understand? That is the modern. Now, if we don't have vision, that project wouldn't have come to limelight. The one Alaibe brought in up till now, because of greed, the project is still in foundation level.
After all these years? After
all these years. So much money, resources spent on those projects. Now you look at, oh, Michael Olomu, I don't have a godfather. I don't have a godfather. Because I don't have a godfather, they will want to say, oh, hey, let's not give him. Now, they are not looking at the heart of the man. They are not looking at this man has done this man has done this. And if you have all of them, they will tell you that Mike is competent. Mike has the charisma. Mike can attract projects. Mike can defend his people. And Mike will ensure that what is due his people comes to them. But you know what it takes in politics? Those that are nice, those that are good, those that can do the job most times are not choosing to be there. But we believe that the vote this time will count. We believe that the governor we have, if you look at his disposition, he believes in credibility. He believes that if this man can do the job, this man should be given the opportunity. And the governor said it, that he has been to House of Reps, he has been to Senate, he is a governor, he has not left anything in Senate. What will he be going back to do in Senate? But there are some elements around him. There are some individual around him who is, putting him, Oga, you have to go. You have to go. The man wants somebody to go there. He has done his own. He wants to be an elder of this state. He wants to be a father. The role of a father that he will be called upon. Look at Goodluck Jonathan. Globally is recognized. So for me, I think we will get it right with the governor. The governor knows what is right. He knows every individual. He knows every character. And in the proper time, he is going to put them in the respective place.
Just this recent Thanksgiving service, he mentioned that he wants to see the young people grow, that they should give young people the space to grow. But also, while you were mentioning greed, how about, for certain people like you that is magnanimous enough to actually reach out to the real people, reach out to people around? Is it that maybe people like you are also looking at the big parties and ignoring other parties that your name, since you've actually reached out to the people and you believe that you have the weight to, get the backing of the people who come on the day of election, maybe you're also ignoring there are other parties that are available. Say we have Accord. Someone like Adeleke just very recently defected to Accord. We have other parties that you can actually use, but you also want the big parties. Maybe that's the reason. And plus that, when you look at that, I want you to tell me if maybe you can actually maybe consider one day and say, oh, if I'm not getting this, I can actually defect to another party with the name I will actually bring to myself. That's one question. And also the next one is, you are someone who just stated that you grew up from the West and the North, but yet you're back home trying to see how you can build your people, reaching out to them through your foundation. I wanted to tell us why you decided to, do that, and also a bit about the Bless Olomo Foundation.
Well, thank you. Let me start from your last question. The Michael Olomu Foundation, before it was registered, was Mike Olomu Foundation. I am born a Christian. I am a practicing Christian. I believe in our Lord Jesus Christ. And when I was after my secondary school, I took a vow And I said, God, any day, I'm saying it publicly, that any day I find myself in a place that is not of God, that you should strike me and take me away. So there's nothing I will do on earth that is not in accordance to our Lord Jesus Christ, based on the Bible. So I am a Christian. I will be a Christian till I die, and I will serve our Lord Jesus Christ, and I will worship him in truth and in spirit. The foundation, we're believing God for open doors. I and my wife and my family, we're believing God for breakthroughs. And while we're praying, and we say, God, anything you give to us, we must come back on a yearly basis and give back to the society. And give back to our society, meaning society, you must start, say charity begins at home. So when I got appointed into NDDC, my going to NDDC was miraculous. I wasn't recommended by anybody in Bayelsa State. It was Rotimi Amechi, who I never knew, that recommended me to be an SA. River State, yeah, I'm saying it live publicly. Rotimi Amechi recommended me to be an SA. So the glory will not come from anybody in Bayelsa, but it will come from God and God alone. It was through Johnson Apostle Suleiman that he met with Rotimi Amechi. I said, one of my sons would like to be an SA. So he said, let him come. And I went to meet Rotimi Amechi. He said, young man, how are you? I've never done anything for the apostle, and he's my very good friend. He said, what do you want? You know, then SA youth was the talk of town. I said, SA youth. He said, no. I have somebody for it. I said, SA security. He said, no. Okay, no problem. Go and meet the MD. So when I met the MD in Sima Ikere, that was my first time of meeting him. And he said, okay, Amechi asked me, what is your qualification? I said, I have a first degree sociology, and I have a master's degree in criminology. You know, I said, everybody that is coming, they are coming here either with a school cert, and some you tell them to go and bring their certificate, they will tell your guy, we don't know where we'll keep it. And it's only you that has a master's degree from those that I'm recommending. No. I will recommend you, and you will get it. Yes, there were a lot of people in Bayelsa that wanted to recommend persons. And, you know, if you know the Amechi, the little I know about him, if he says yes, if you are killing him, he will say the yes until you cut off his head. And if he must renege in what he has agreed with you, he will call you back. And that is the same person of Wike. The two of them have same similarity. And that's why you see anywhere they stand, they always stand strong because of their character and their person. They will not come behind you and say this thing and come in front of you and say a different thing. They are men of their words, and their word is final. And if they must change, they will call you back. So we got into NDDC. My first salary came in, and we sat down as a family that, no, we have a covenant with God that we must give back. I did the first medical outreach in 2017. The foundation started in 2011 with little assistance, going to the health, going to the needy, motherless, and the rest. And we started with Ofoni. We went to Ofoni community. We did our outreach, and it was wonderful. 2018, we did it. So that is how the Michael Olomu Foundation came on board. It is a covenant. It is a vow that when we get blessed, we'll go back to the society and give back to the society. So everything we do, it is out of God's blessing in our pockets. What has gotten to us that we are giving back to society. And that's why I said the other time that people say, oh, you get contract from government. What about those that get paid from government? Somebody is SA to the governor. He was in the village. He's appointed SA. He will leave the village and come to Yenegua. He will be renting house 500,000, 700,000. He has abandoned the structure in the village. When the village people call him, he will say, nothing there. This government said, he said, no, I will not take this appointment. But you have migrated to the urban area. Those that you were eating and drinking and managing life, they are now the less privileged. You are now a bourgeoisie in the capital. So the Michael Olomu Foundation, that is how it started. And I tell everybody, there is nobody, no politician in Bayelsa that is not a contractor in NDDC. House of Assembly, commissioners, special advisors, government house, all of them, they are in one way or the other. If they are not collecting contract from NDDC, they are sending their brothers, they are sending their relation to collect. But when they get it, they will put it in their pocket. Not in the. But when we get, we go back to the society and give. And that's why we must continually pray and thank God for the MD of NDDC. I tell you, the MD of NDDC, what he has done in this state, the only man that has done it but did not do it up to what he has done is Timi Alaibe. Timi Alaibe, yes, he tried. He did a lot of things. But this MD NDDC, I can tell you, even in the State House of Assembly, from number 1 to out of 24 members, I can tell you that those that have not benefited from NDDC they are minimal. Commissioners, serving commissioners, board members, everybody, because NDDC is our own.
I mean, it's a Niger Delta.
It is the Niger Delta. Yeah. So nobody will now be pretending that they are not getting things. So this Christmas alone, most everybody benefited. Rice everywhere, money everywhere, from NDDC, and the wide say nothing dey they are not getting anything. The governor sef no say some of them sef dey get pass am, but they will still go dey tell governor say nothing dey. They are collecting from governor, they are collecting from NDDC. We only have one channel, and when we get, we bring back to the people. When they get, they hide it in their pocket. They go and start building houses, marrying 2 wives, doing other things in other places, going to sleep hotels and enjoying their life. But we are doing charity, and that is why they should send us to represent the people, because we will do more.
So the reach out you've been doing so far, is that an annual thing?
It is periodical. We did cancer program. We're part of the cancer program. Okay. You understand? And we went to communities.
That happened any part of this month?
Yeah. Yes. And we also did our foundation. We are going to Ekirimo in a few days' time to do our medical outreach. We are continual. I say, as the thing come, I go do am. No be annual or quarterly. As it come, now only me know when it come. Now only me know when I dey do am. So it's not an annual ritual. It is periodical. And in the next couple of days, you will see more program. We will be going to community by community now. We will be telling the people what we have done. We will be thanking them what we have done. Telling them that thank you for supporting us. Thank you for supporting Bola Ahmed Tinubu, because they supported Tinubu because of us.
Now, for the benefit of even our viewers, you've been saying you've been doing. It would be nice for you to highlight some of the things that your foundation has actually done over this period.
Now, we have renovated secondary school in Amatolo. That is in Southern Niger. Some people go say they do for only Sagbama and Ekirimo. Go to Southern Amatolo. We renovated their school. The pictures are on social media. You can see it for yourself. We in Yenegua alone, we have influenced over 8-kilometer road. Bozi Water. Those that know Bozi Water, I influenced the job in Bozi Water. Go today and see those that are living in Bozi Water, and they will be grateful to God. If you go to Opolo, where you have the police clinic, that concrete road, I was the first person who brought the concrete road in Bayelsa State. That was in 2018, 2019. People were castigating, why are you doing concrete road? Go and see that road. The road is about 800-meter road in by the police clinic, old commissioner quarters area. Go and check where you have the area command. Adjacent to the area command, about 2 kilometers where the former governor's house, behind the former governor's residence, you will see I influenced that road there, over 2-kilometer road, asphalt. It is there. Go to Bayelsa Palm, the estate that Isena is staying, and the estate that some persons are staying. Sorry, I'm mentioning their name. I'm mentioning it so that people will know that there are big men that are living in that area. Because of what we did, the owner of the estate now said, oh boy, you have done well, you have brought road and light for us. He named one of the streets after me.
Wow.
So these are few things we have done in Yenegua. Go to Sagbama main town. There's where they call in Sagbama, is it Black what? Black Street. Today they have changed the name to Light Street. In Sagbama, light everywhere, light in Sagbama. Not only in Sagbama, I say it here under the television. 38 communities in Sagbama I have influenced projects. 38 in each of the 38 communities. I have influenced at least some, like my community has over 10 projects. I have influenced. So in my community, it was when I started doing road, bringing light. Some of them now say, this boy don't they take over everywhere. Oh. They go meet governor. They say, Your Excellency, this guy don't take over everywhere. If you don't give us some things, this guy go sweep everything. No, no go fit do anything. No. Governor give them. In what governor give them, I had over 35%. I have over 35% vote in my community in 2023. Over 35%. Not to talk of the creek. Akede, Isoni, Osiama, Ebokulama. All these are communities that have not seen government present. Oh. These are communities in the past 16 years that the government present have not been felt to. I took light to all these communities and all of them came out. Olomu, any matter that concerns Olomu is our matter. Oh. One commissioner was telling me that when they were paying during the election, the old women say, we will not collect anything. No. If you people want to kill us, kill us. It is Olomu who vote. Oh. Wow. Anything that is not Olomu, forget it. Oh. Wow. You understand? So they went and told in their meeting, say, see, oh, Olomu is a revolution. Oh. So people that will undermine us is that at their own peril. But I'm telling them, the people believe in us because of our sincerity. The people believe in us because of our doggedness. The people believe in us because of our selflessness. Do you know what it takes to influence a project to minimum 38 communities? And people will say, they make money from government. I can as well keep those money and pretend like the way they are. Nothing will happen.
I mean, you're not holding
I'm not holding any political position, so nothing will happen. Now, you talked about your second question.
Yeah, I was asking.
About defecting.
Yes.
And if the APC, our APC.
Because a lot of persons ignore other parties.
Yes.
All they want is PDP or APC.
Now, if you look at when we left the PDP, we left the PDP because we believed in the federal system of government. I believe that, yes, everybody cannot be on the same boat. We have the contact. Yeah. We have what it takes to attract projects to the state. So if the state say this is what they want, no problem. But we believe in the federal system of government where we can go to the center, we can go to the negotiating table and negotiate. I can speak Hausa, I can speak Yoruba, I can speak Igbo. And majority of those persons in the National Assembly, these are the languages they understand. So if we are to debate on something, by the time I'm able to convince you, it is not about age. The problem we have, most of these are our old people. They think and say, when you go National Assembly, you go just sit down, relax. That's why somebody will say he has not accessed fund for 2025. Some of the time now, governor will tell you that we go and lobby to make sure things come to Bayelsa. We need people that have the lobbying spirit. We need people that have the reach. We need people that have the contact. We need people that have what it takes to attract projects. Not somebody that will feel because I'm close to governor, this is my retirement benefit. I don't be this, I don't be that for the state. So if I go Abuja, I go just dey there, retire. I go say if they no give me budget, nothing concern me. Look at what Ofoji is doing now. Look at what Sonny Goli did. Look at what Oseke did. Anything in his time. They brought solar light in his time as a senator. They did. Even what they did, that's why the Bible said, you see, the children will surpass their parents. So those are our parents. Whether you like it, they are older than us. So their time is to go to Senate. We go take the green chamber. And I will tell you that I am the man that qualifies most to go to that position. And you will see that it will be seamless if I have the ticket. And as I know that I will have the ticket, it will be seamless because everybody knows me.
That you have capacity.
They know I have capacity. I have done it before. Some of them, you have to start convincing them. And now that Sagbama, the battle in Sagbama is going to be fierce. It's going to be fierce because you will not undermine those that are in PDP. I am a prophet. In no distance time, most of them will go to another party because there is no hope for PDP anymore. Most of them might go to ADC and another party. And when they go there, and these are the people that gave us tough time last time. Now, they did not come to us. And they are still there. And that time, I defeated them, all of them. I defeated them, all of them. So I will be in this APC. We are watching with keen interest. Emilio Con and Namaiton, they all know. All of them, they know.
Is there only
yes, they know. They know.
Start, having with others, maybe even though you said you don't have a godfather, some other high, because INEC has actually released timetable and general elections will be coming up. I mean, people have started already building up. Is that not a relation? This conversation you start having maybe with the governor as well. I'm looking at the fact
the
that
governor knows.
who are actually close to the governor.
Now let me tell you now.
That has eyes where you're headed.
The governor knows me. The governor knows my pedigree. The governor knows my capability. The governor knows what Olomu can do. The governor knows what is the father of the state. I hope you know. The governor is the father of the state. He has all the security briefing. All the local government brief him. The elders brief him. The gods, the spiritual realm, they brief the governor. Physically, they brief him. In his dream, he's seeing Olomu. He knows it's Olomu. He knows. In his dream, he knows that Olomu is good. In his dream, he knows that Olomu will do well. But he knows some elements of pocket, according to Dixon, our former, some elements, some pocket of individual that thinks that within the corridor of power, and they feel they can talk anyhow, according to our former governor. He said they feel they can talk anyhow. They say, when we started this thing, they were not there. But when we started this APC, most of them say we are Yoruba party. They called us Hausa party. As a matter of fact, some of them say I am not from Bayelsa because my mother is an Igbo woman. My father is from Ebedebri.
Oh, yeah, Bayelsa.
I am a Bayelsa.
Bayelsa West, if you take a look at it, Bayelsa West, when it comes to politics, most times you hear drama of rotational principles and all of those things. If you think that is something that at the end of the day, that can be even resolved before...
It has been resolved. Let me tell you, the only way that can be put to rest is when you give Michael Olomu the House of Rep ticket for Sagbama. Look at what happened. Let me take your memory back. Look at the 2023 election. All of them, they were in PDP. And they gave Ekeremo reps. They gave me, APC gave me the ticket in Sagbama. Senator Dixon is from Sagbama. You saw the vote. You saw the massive campaign. We went to everywhere. Agbedi was telling somebody that he went to one community in Sagbama that they chased them out. That if it's not Olomu, that you have been in reps for over 12 years, you have not come to this community. That the last election you did not come, but because Olomu is coming, now you are coming to campaign. That was when I said I gave them money to clear a road. They also, when they rejected their money, they chased them out of that community because of who? It has never happened in the history of Bayelsa State.
Well, the Kremo this time around is fighting for Senate. If you hear
That's what I'm telling
the
you.
argument that has been on
That
for
I am
some
telling
time.
you. If you don't do it well, if you don't give Olomu the reps from Sagbama, there will be a problem.
Okay, so will vote buying be a challenge for you in this election?
See, you know, make I speak broken. Anyhow, in one time, Michael Olomu is capable. Eh? We in APC don't believe in vote buying. APC candidate 2023 House of Rep.
Well, we are not campaigning.
Yes, no, we are not. We are not. What I'm saying
Yeah,
is,
you just try to
we don't buy vote. What we are doing now, we are impacting on generational. We are doing generational impact. The old women, we are giving out 1,000 jam form. Has anybody done it from 1999?
1,000 jam forms.
Yes.
In
Those that are interested, one, you must have the qualification.
every Bayelsan or
Sagbama Ikeremo,
just Sagbama Ikebo?
1,000 jam form. Monies released.
You know, people will argue that now who don't chop and food will go.
They no go school. No go school. School is not for everybody, abi?
True.
So for those that want to be educated, last year I gave over 25 scholarship. The year before, the same 25 scholarship, private university,
Oh, wow.
I facilitated. Federal government. They are in private university. They are in private university. How many of them has done that thing? So you know what it takes to send a child to study medicine in a private university. There was a child we gave medicine in Gregory, and the parents said they know the place too far to do medicine. No, Abia State. They said the place too far. Say the child no go. Say they don't even get transport. Medicine that is a very odd cake that you know in 6 years you have a medical doctor. Some of them say they don't have transport to go. And if they had come to meet us, probably we would have provided. And most of them, some lost that scholarship offer. Foreign scholarship, we have been doing it. So if I go there, as I go there, I will do more. And I'm determined to do more. I am young. If I can do it with my money, why can't I influence it within the process?
So you're not worried that those in power might
Now with
influence
the power, now the governor is with us now. APC is in power at top, bottom, and the middle now.
Okay, so now we're coming to the end of this conversation, but then this is a final question, and it should be a very straightforward answer. Do you have integrity?
101%.
Why?
I've given you, I told you I'm a teacher. I taught in 1998, 1999, 2000. That was when I was teaching. I've explained to you that if I don't have integrity, when I had opportunity of sentencing or giving a statement that a man would have gone to jail, I said no, I'd rather lose my job than that is integrity.
So
Have you know so?
So Michael Bless Olomu has integrity.
Yes, 101%.
Okay, well that's basically how far we can go this beautiful afternoon here on Chat with Naija Live TV. It's been a privilege to have Honorable Michael Bless Olomu, a philanthropist.
Calling him honorable ahead of
I mean,
They've been calling me honorable since 2009.
I mean, maybe as a teacher also, I think teachers should be called honorable.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you so much.
And he's not just a politician; he's a philanthropist. Keep watching Naija Live TV. You'll see some of his philanthropic activities so far. Don't forget to like our post, share, leave a comment, and tag your friends also to be a part of it. I'm Victor Eulogy.
All right, gracious friend. I'll be having Chief TK Ogariba tomorrow to discuss some INC related matters. Please stay tuned while we bring you some more
TK.
programs. Good afternoon.
When is the INC election, sir?
It's very close. I think
Foundation.
And I'm also a member of the Michael Olumo Foundation. Yes.
Nice meeting you. Please want to know what today is about. What's really going on here?
Okay, today our foundation is doing an outreach, which is we are trying to reach out to 1,000 women and men, youth, empowerment, to empower them, which is petty traders. You know, we have been doing this for 2016, and we have been doing way that you come with your a means of identification, any means of identification. As far as your name is there, we'll cross-check it with our own database to confirm if your name tallies. And if your name tallies, we'll do the proper accreditation and we'll give you a tag. That tag is what you use to get your benefits. So the year right now is just for the accreditation process that we are doing right now.
Okay. Please, finally, is this something that is happening for the first time today, or has it been happening? And then should we expect more of this?
Yeah, so far, this Michael Olumo Foundation, it has been since 2016. Yes, we have started this initiative since 2016 for us to be able to reach out to the society. That is why we are only focusing on just the rural dwellers. So we have been doing different programs, different activities. We have embarked on medical outreach, education, which we have given out a scholarship. Every year we give out scholarship. Yes, every year we give out scholarship. People will also buy jam forms, and we also follow up for those that have gotten they pass the cutoff. We ensure that they also get admission. While some we give them full scholarship, both the school fees and everything. We do all those ones. Then we have been doing also operation and any other thing. So the main foundation it started 2016, and we have been doing a lot of things. Just that this is a different program entirely whereby we are going to the rural dwellers to what? To ensure that those that are doing petty trading, you understand, we find a little means to what? To support them, because some of them won't ask, they went randomly and won't ask like that. They use 10,000, 20,000 to start up their business. So we look at, okay, if they can use such an amount to start up this kind of business and the business is booming, why can't we just what? Support the business? So that is the main aim of this particular one, whereby we're reaching out to 1,000 persons in the Sabama Ekremo local government.
Thank you so much.
My name is Owutomo Nerustamapre, the Assistant Secretary, APC Bayelsa State.
APC?
And yes, APC Bayelsa State, but I've been working with Michael Blesolomi for years. And I've been working with the foundation.
That's good to know. Please, I want to know from you, what is going on today?
Actually, this is a program that was initiated by Michael Olomu Foundation.
Thank you.
To give back to society. The program is looking at petty traders, those that have small business, those that are selling madiga, that started their business with 10,000, 5,000. That is the scope of this empowerment. So he wants to give them little stipend, 100,000, 150, at least it will boost those people doing these petty business.
So is it mainly for men or women, market women?
Yeah, it's not mainly women. There is other empowerment, like we are giving out generator motorcycles to those youths that are into transport. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So, all of them go to the clearance.
Oh, Where's the fellow to go to you? 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 President and one was out of Babu. Senator for more than you. President and one was out of Babu. Senator for more than you. Love of Balad and go to you. I hear my fellow to go to you. Let's see the Balad and go to you. As I am a Balad and go to you. Started Balad and go to you. Hello, the president and one was out of Babu. Hello, the minister of Mama, none you. Hello, the governor of Mama, none of Babu. Hello, the president and one was out of you. I love a Balad and go to you. I state Balad and go to you. Brother Balad and go to you. I got a Balad and go to you. Hello, the minister of Mama, none of Babu. Hello, the president and one was out of you. Busy mama, none of Babu. Busy mama, none of you. I yes, I'm a Balad and go to you. I got a Balad and go to you. I bala Balad and go to you. I bala Balad and go to you. I la pay Balad and go to you. Any man Balad and go to you. I Balad and go to you. Every is a Balad and go to you. We know you Papa Balad and go to you. And I look at the Mama Sadababu. And I look at the President of Mama Sadayu. And I look at the Mama Nanababu. Is on the Balad and go to you. And I look. Stay Balad and go to you. Stay Balad and go to you. Rolla boy. Engineer. Say goodbye, say goodbye, because if you have to say goodbye, when you get to me. Say goodbye, to the fire. Say goodbye, because if you have to see come and come for fire. See come and come for fire. I'll fit you. Willow. Fella. Kema sese kama mo wutomo. Sese kama mo bele kisi bi amjere. Sese kama mo hello, I'm ready. Time is out there. Olomu Foundation. MBO. MBO Bedio. Abedio Salala Mama Bedio yo. Salala mama betari na yo, yeah yeah. Oh Queenie oh. Steady Betty yo, I bet you salala mama betari na yo, yeah yeah. Sika meta kwe papa oh, sika meta kwe papa yo papa yo. Agoro. Augustine, how to be? Queenie Betty, I bet you, Salala Mama Betty, yeah. Mama better than you. Yeah. Think I'm a top of a fire. Think I'm a top of a fire. Yeah, my sister, come on, yes, I think about me. Yeah, man says 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 about me. Only my baby dear, only my baby dear. Blessing me, bunny dear. Blessing me, bunny dear. Thank you. Thank you, Abu. Malady go Palamo, Jumari go Palamo, Yepasari go Carbe. Jumari go Palamo, Malady go Palamo, Yepasari go Palme. Thank you, Silva, thank you, Abu. Silva, thank you, Silva, thank you, Abu. Lomubo, Abu. I started to I was starting to I am my kid. Jumarica Palamo, Sadica Palamo, Yepasadica Palame. Jumarica Palamo, Maradica Palamo, Yepasadica Palame. I am Sadica Palame. Jumarica Palamo, Maradica Palamo. Sadica Palame. Jumarica Palamo, Maradica Palamo. My girl, Jumarica Palame. Zeva thank you, Zeva thank you, Zeva thank you. I busy more, very promo. Zeva thank you, 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 Zeva thank you. Zayri balabe, Zayri, Zayri balabe, Zayri, Zayri balabe, Zayri. Baba ebo kuteka mawe, Zayri balabe, Zayri, Zayri balabe, Zayri, Zayri balabe, Zayri. Baba ebo kuteka mawe. Zayri balabe, Zayri, Zayri balabe, Zayri, Zayri balabe, Zayri. Abayri balabe, Zayri, Zayri balabe, Mamo, Baba ebo kuteka mawe. Zayri balabe, Zayri, Zayri balabe, Zayri, Zayri balabe, Zayri, Zayri balabe, Zayri, Zayri balabe, Zayri. Abayri balabe, Zayri, Zayri balabe, Babu, Baba ebo kuteka mawe. Zayri balabe, Zayri, Abayri balabe, Zayri, Zayri balabe, Zayri, Abayri balabe, Zayri, Zayri balabe, Zayri, Zayri balabe, Zayri. Apamenti balabe, balaga takaba, Zamenti balabe, balaga takaba. Akabri baba yo bhai nama, ekri baya yo bhai nama, Nana kabri baba yo bhai nama, Ekri baba yo bhai nama, Ulami kabri baya yo bhai nama, Ekri baya yo bhai nama. Zayri balabe, Zayri, Zayri balabe, Zayri, Zayri balabe, Babu, Baba ebo kuteka mawe. Zamenti balabe, balaga takaba, Apamenti balabe, balaga takaba. Benaka puri baba yo baba nama, Daga puri baba yo baba nama, Ika puri baba yo baba nama. Apamenti balabe, balaga takaba, Apamenti balabe, balaga takaba. Zayri balabe, Zayri, Zayri balabe, Zayri. Zamenti balabe, balaga takaba. Baba puri baba yo baba nama, Benaka puri baba yo baba nama, Owe puri baba yo baba nama, Steti puri baba yo baba nama, Steti puri baba yo dollar ball. Maika puri baba yo baba nama, Steti puri baba yo baba nama, Ai bai puri baba yo baba nama. Zayri balabe, Zayri, Apamenti balabe, balaga takaba, Zamenti balabe, balaga takaba, Zamenti balabe, balaga takaba. Alfredo, Everybody buy a nama, Zamenti baya yo baba nama, Jagabani baya yo baba nama, Oba baba yo baba nama, NBA baya yo baba nama, Zayri balabe wilo, Zayri balabe mafu, Manga baya yo baba nama, Michael baya yo baba nama, Jimmy baya yo baba nama, Ai balabe baba yo baba nama. Thank you. Hello. Thank you very much. Once again, let's put our hands together for the band for that very beautiful performance. Put our hands together for that very beautiful performance for the band. This is Director Michael International Dance Band of Niger Delta. Once again, put our hands together for that very beautiful performance. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We are here gathered once again together to celebrate our brother, the very philanthropic gesture of our brother who has written his name in gold in the sands of Balso State, who happens to be the candidate of the All Progressives Congress APC for the past Sagba Maikere.
Yeah. Hey, Karama!
Yeah.
Hey, Karama, come here!
Hey, me.
Baisa West!
Yeah.
Baisa West, come here!
Hey, me. Anua, that is the triumphant entry of our leader, Honorable Dr. Mike Bless Olomu and his entourage to the stage. That is the triumphant entry of Honorable Dr. Mike Bless to the arena. Once again, let's put our hands together for Honorable Bless Mike Olomu, PhD. Also in the entourage, permit me to recognize our one and only dynamic and illustrious workaholic Deputy Chairman of the All Progressives Congress APC Bayelsa State Chapter, Honorable Francis Epizimawe Kolokolo. Esquire, let's put our hands together for Barrister Honorable Francis Kolokolo, the Deputy Chairman APC Bayelsa State. Put your hands together for them. That is Honorable Bless Mike Olomu, PhD, waving to all the canopies.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, also where there is a man, the absence of a woman makes the man empty. And therefore, the reason for why MBO has succeeded in every endeavor is the workaholic professor in his life. And ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together as we welcome Professor Mrs. Olomu.
Women, oye!
Oye!
Women, oye!
Oye! You are welcome, sir.
You are welcome.
Indeed, it is a triumphant entry. This reminds us of the biblical days when Jesus Christ made a triumphant entry into Jerusalem.
Jerusalem, yes, exactly. Rode on the horse, and people begin to celebrate him. Branches of trees were cut to honor him, and they celebrated him in a very grand style. Today, our brother, Bless Mike Olomu, has performed wonderfully
well in Bayelsa State, Sagbama local government area, a Kirimo and a Bedebri community. And in our large numbers, we have come to celebrate him. Put your hands together for Honorable Olomu as he walks to take his seat alongside his amiable wife, Professor Mrs. Olomu, and our most respected dynamic deputy chairman of our great party, Honorable Barrister Francis Kolokolo, who is also part of the entourage.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, can we retire back to our seats? Can we please retire back to our seats? Thank you very much. Can we please retire back to our seats? Can we clear the arena? Can we please clear the arena? Thank you.
Please. Let's clear the arena.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Can we please clear the arena? Please, all of us should retire back to our seats.
Let's retire back to our seats while we call on our let's invite our woman leader from Anibese for the opening prayer, Mrs. Ellen Philip, for the opening prayers.
Shall we put our hands together as we invite Mrs. Helen Phillips for the opening prayer?
Opening prayers. Put your hands together for her for the opening prayers. Please, let's rise on our feet. Let's rise in our feet. The men, please remove your cap as we honor God.
Let's take this worship song. We are saying thank you, Jesus. Thank you, my Lord. We are saying thank you, Jesus. Thank you, my Lord, for your mercy. Thank you, Baba. Thank you, my Lord. We are saying thank you, Jesus. Thank you, my Lord. In Jesus' wonderful name we are praying.
Amen.
Father, King of glory, we want to worship you for this hour. We want to thank you for joining mercy for every one of us here. May your name be glorified in the name of Jesus. Father, we hand over this program into your able care. Come and be the chairman of this program in the name of Jesus. Thank you, King of glory. Whatever thing that will not give you glory in this program, in the name of Jesus, we come against it in the name of Jesus. We cover every one of us here with the blood of Jesus. Holy Spirit, come and take over. For in Jesus' wonderful name we pray. Amen.
Put your hands together for that very brilliant prayer. Put your hands together for our woman leader from Anibese.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we now call on the chairman of the organizing committee, Honorable George Zifaye, for his address.
Let's put our hands together for the mayor chairman, APC, Sagbama Ward 10, who is the coordinator of this program. Comrade George Oyiwenfere Zifaye for the opening address. Put your hands together for him.
Isa, come on, Father, come at me. APC. First and foremost, I want to formally thank each and every one of us for deeming fit to be here in this program. I want to ask the crowd, If you know you don't know the acronym MBO, raise up your hand, let me see. I don't know the acronym MBO. Raise up your hand, let's see.
If you don't know what in MBO means, stand for, raise up your hand. That is to say, all of us know the meaning of MBO. Not be so?
That's so. Gone are those days where they will say a prophet is not recognized in his own place. But today, a prophet, in person of Michael Bless Olomu, is known, is recognized, and will love him, and will cherish him at every point in time. Not be so? Today, Michael Bless Olomu, in his magnanimity, has deemed it fit to do this program to affect lives. This program cut across all the 38 communities in Saboma local government and other communities in the Kiruma. Is it not what commended?
It is.
So as the chairman of the occasion, at the chairman of the planning committee, I want to use this video to thank Michael Bless Olumu and officially declare this occasion open in the name of God the Father,
Amen,
the Son,
Amen,
and the Holy Ghost. Praise the Lord.
Hallelujah. Let's put our hands together for the chairman of the planning committee, Honorable Comrade Zifaye Oyinwenfre George, the dynamic chairman APC Sagbama Ward 10. Once again, let's put our hands together for the George Zifaye Oyinwenfre. I think the last time
that's what I'm telling him to add an insert.
Church was some months ago. Expectedly, because of the array of dignitaries, the array of people here, he was able to chant, praise the Lord. Thank you. This is a new year. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we usher in the next person, the reason for why we are here, I will want to invite every recipient of this grant to accompany him. That is to say, before we call the person who won't call, come. So, make everybody wear these MBO fine t-shirts and caps. On a go stand up, escort our Oga. Meanwhile, we have a special song. I will now call on Michael to give
I know
us
that I'm
a
very,
special song.
I can't.
Every recipient of this award, every recipient of this grant.
Please permit me to recognize I Chief Plank Egemeze, a very distinguished I Chief of the Tarakri Kingdom. Let's put our hands together for him. He's also seated at the high table. Let's put our hands together for him. He is my very great in-law. Permit me to also recognize my elder brother, Honorable Comrade Bargolo Adere. You are also welcome. Recognize your presence.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's a little bit of adjustment on our program. Women, oh yeah!
Oh yeah!
Women, oh yeah!
Oh yeah!
Waiting man fit do now. I say woman go even do am better.
Now so then talk am.
As the husband, they get a big and big and big. If woman not there in back, he not go anywhere.
Now so
on that note, ladies and gentlemen, permit us to invite on stage the woman who has been a pillar
of support to the reason for why we are here. 9B in wife, Professor Mrs. Olomu. Abemuna clap for them. Women are here.
Professor Oyitonyo Mike Bless Olomu. Put your hands together for her.
Yes.
Women, oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
All the
Hello and good morning. Thank you for watching Naija Live TV from Yenagoa, the capital city of Bayelsa State. I am Gracious Fenana. Welcome to the Globe in View. Today, Thursday, 17 February 2026. We'll kickstart with the headlines. Governor Diri reflects on 6 years of assured prosperity in Bayelsa. Kwara Naija government pledge action on border security. Proposed shift in 2027 election date awaits formal approval. On the foreign scene, Trump to be indirectly involved in Iran-US nuclear talks. Bayelsa State Governor Doye Diri has marked 6 years in office under his administration's assured prosperity agenda. The milestone, commemorated 3 days ago, highlighted what the government describes as steady progress since he assumed office in 2020. According to the administration, developmental projects and programs have been implemented across the state, 8 local government areas with a focus on expanding infrastructure, strengthening social services, and unlocking economic potential. A documentary produced by the Bayelsa government new media outlines sector-by-sector achievement recorded during the 6-year period. The anniversary provided an opportunity for the administration to reflect on its performance so far and reaffirm its commitment to sustain development across Bayelsa State. Mr. Michael Bless Olomu, politician and philanthropist, has shared his views on leadership, party politics and development in Bayelsa State during a political interview program, Chat with Naija Live, on Naija Live TV. Mr. Olomu, who was the All Progressives Congress APC candidate, Sagbama Ikirimo Federal Constituency for House of Representatives, addressed recent political development in the state, including party defections and internal party dynamics. Speaking, he emphasized the need for what he described as a symbiotic relationship within the APC, stating that long-standing members and new entrants must work together to avoid internal conflict. Mr. Olomu referenced stakeholder discussions within the party and noted that political transitions require give and take. On Governor Doye Diri's political alignment, he commended the governor's approach, describing it as bold, strategic, and well-managed, noting that the governor demonstrated leadership by engaging stakeholders and promoting unity during the transition, adding that effective governance requires inclusiveness, dialogue, and mutual respect, particularly during periods of realignment. He expressed confidence that the governor's approach would strengthen stability and cooperation across the state's 8 local government areas. Mr. Olomu highlighted what he described as his developmental footprint across the Sagbama Ikirimo constituency's 38 communities. He pointed to facilitated projects in infrastructure, education, and community development, including roads and student hostels in the Niger Delta University, executed in collaboration with the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC. Through the Michael Olomu Foundation, he recently conducted an empowerment program in Ebedeburi town, providing 1,000 petty traders with business grants as well as motorcycles and generators. The foundation also carries out periodic medical outreaches, awards scholarships, renovate schools, and support vulnerable groups across Bayelsa State with all activities funded through private resources and partnerships. Mr. Lomo also advocated greater youth participation in governance, stressing that integrity, competence, and service should guide political leadership rather than what he termed godfatherism and cliques. He reaffirmed his intention to continue seeking elective office, maintaining that he is prepared to represent his constituency at the National Assembly if given the opportunity. The interview adds to ongoing political discourse in Bayelsa as parties continue to reposition ahead of future electoral activities.
My Lord, I resolve an issue. Why am I in the middle of this thing? My position is at stake. My integrity is at stake. What do I do? As a young man in his 20s, I am making so much waves in government, and this is a government issue. What do I do? If I don't support the government, I will lose my appointment. If I support the government, I will be in government and I've lost my integrity. I was asked to be the prime witness of the case.
Against the man?
Against the man. Wow. I was doc. A Bible was given to me. I took an oath that the truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God. I went and they asked me, what is the issue? I said, my Lord, this man is innocent of all the charges. The man collapsed right in court. He was discharged and acquitted. So when we talk about integrity, some of us had political integrity.
In other news, the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, has inaugurated its 2026 Procurement Planning Committee in line with its commitment to transparency and public procurement processes. The committee is tasked with ensuring accountability and efficiency in planning and executing procurement activities across the Commission. It is headed by the Managing Director and CEO, Samuel Ogbuku, who will oversee its operations and implementation of best practices. The NDDC says the committee is part of its ongoing effort to promote integrity, efficiency, and effective service delivery in the Niger Delta region. Discussions are ongoing between the Independent National Electoral Commission and the National Assembly of a possible adjustment to the 2027 general election timetable. Sources within both institutions indicate that the presidential election is being proposed for January 16, 2027, instead of the previously suggested February 20 date. Governorship elections are also reportedly being considered for January 30th, 2027. However, the proposed changes remain subject to formal approval by the National Assembly and an official announcement by INEC. The development follows the suspension of harmonization precedents on the Electoral Act Amendment Bill as lawmakers prepare for an emergency plenary session where the matter is expected to be deliberated. Until a formal resolution is reached, the revised date remain proposals under consideration. Moving on, scores of women staged a peaceful rally at the main entrance of the National Assembly, urging lawmakers to fast-track the passage of the Women Reserved Seats Bill ahead of the 2027 general elections. The proposed legislation is among 44 prioritized constitutional amendment bills currently awaiting final voting by the National Assembly and subsequent approval by the state houses of assembly. If passed, the bill would amend the 1999 Constitution to create reserved seats for women in the National Assembly and state legislative chambers. The measure is designed as a temporary intervention to address the low representation of women in Nigeria's lawmaking bodies by establishing constituencies to be contested exclusively by female candidates. Addressing the rally, former convener of the Nigerian Civil Society Situation Room, NOB, commended lawmakers for progress made so far, but urged them to complete the process without delay. She emphasized that the gathering was peaceful and non-violent, describing it as a rally rather than a protest, and expressed hope that lawmakers would act in the interest of inclusive representation. Former Governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, was detained at the headquarters of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, in Abuja on Monday night, following hours of questioning over an alleged 432 billion naira corruption probe. El-Rufai, a chieftain of the African Democratic Congress, is also expected to face criminal prosecution over the alleged bargain of the National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu's phone. Sources within the anti-graft agency confirmed that the former governor, who arrived at the commission's Jabi headquarters around 10 a.m. in response to an invitation, was grilled over allegations from a 2024 Kaduna State House of Assembly report. The report accused his administration of misappropriation loans, violating due process in contract awards, and increasing the state's debt burden. EFCC spokesman Dele Oyewale confirmed El-Rufai honored the commission's invitation but declined to comment on the interrogation on next steps in the investigation. The federal government has approved the release of 5 billion naira to support victims of the recent fire at Kano Singa Market. The All Progressives Congress Forum, led by Hope Uzodinma, pledged an additional 3 billion naira to assist affected traders. Vice President Kashim Shettima, who visited the market, said the intervention aims to help victims rebuild their businesses and restore economic activity. The combined 8 billion naira support is expected to facilitate recovery and bring relief to traders and residents affected by the disaster. The government of Kwara State and Naija State have pledged to collaborate with relevant authorities to tackle security challenges affecting the two states. Kwara State Governor Abdurrahman Abdurrazak made the pledge during a condolence visit to Naija State's Governor Mohammed Bago following recent terrorist attacks in communities under the Bogu Emirate. Governor Abdurrazak described the assault as unfortunate and heartbreaking, noting that lives were lost, livelihoods destroyed, and many residents left homeless. The attacks have heightened security concerns along Kwara-Niger border, prompting calls for coordinated action between the neighboring states to restore safety and stability. And now to the foreign scene. United States President Donald Trump says he will be involved indirectly in the second round of high-stakes nuclear talks between Washington and Iran in Geneva. Trump made the remarks as Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi traveled to the Swiss city ahead of the indirect negotiations with the United States. Tensions remain elevated in the Gulf region ahead of the talks, with the United States reportedly deploying a second aircraft carrier to the area, which Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei has warned that any attack or Iran would trigger a wider regional conflict. Speaking to reporters aboard Air Force One, President Trump described the discussions as significant, underscoring the importance of diplomatic engagement. Thank you for watching the Globe in View with me, Gracious Fenana, on Naija Live TV. Please stay with us as we bring you more programs. Good morning to you.
one of the problems we have in Nigeria is that it's difficult to have solid metals for creative engineering. So what you basically have in this country are tubes for building of houses and erection of structures and all that. But when you come to real metals that you can carve to engine block, metal that you can carve to a shaft or gear, there is nowhere to get in this country. So a country that does not have a shop for metals to cut can never develop. If we had shops where you can go and buy all kinds of grades of metals, it would be easier for the young to get the metals and come to a place like us, and then we will carve it for them, cut, bend, and then do all that. This country will develop. But we don't have. We have to look at China or any of those countries to bring those things to us. So that is the story of Nigeria.
Z10 for high-tech precision engineering. A technology and heavy-duty industry. Original spares for automotive, locomotive, aviation, marine and agriculture. Research and development for automotive engines and electric cars. Heavy-duty off-road equipment. Reverse engineering. Technological development. Academy for innovators and impressionable minds.
It's a beautiful morning here in the city of Yenagoa. Welcome to Newspaper Highlights on Naija Live TV, reaching you from the capital city of Bayelsa State, which is Yenagoa. And of course, Bayelsa is in South Nigeria. That's if you're watching us from outside Nigeria. It's a beautiful place, somewhere you definitely would want to visit.
Absolutely.
One of the most beautiful and, of course, the most peaceful places you could ever think of in the world. Our food, our women, the serenity of our environment. When you're talking nature, come to Bayelsa. I'm Victor Eulogy. Of course, I'm here with my
gracious Fenana. Thank you for joining.
I like how we said my gracious Fenana. She said
All right, thank you once again for joining us on Newspaper Highlights. We'll start with the Punch newspaper.
Yes, and looking at the Punch, the lead story on the Punch newspaper today, Tuesday, February 17, has it that 432 billion naira probe EFCC detains El Rufai and DSS on standby. 432 billion naira probe. EFCC detains El Rufai and DSS on standby. Under that same story, ex-governor drilled by EFCC as FG files charges over alleged NSA phone tapping. DSS reopens Dadiyata case, seizes passport, summons sons for questioning. And still on that very story, rival protesters clash at EFCC headquarters in Abuja, Kaduna Assembly complex.
Yeah.
Gracious, let's look at other stories.
Yes, but I think we'll come back to just have a chit chat on this development with RFI and the DSS and the EFCC. Now, still from the Punch, we have this. It reads, Kwara, Naija map out joint counter-terror plans. I think we took that on our news as well. Kwara, Naija map out joint counter-terror plans. And we also have this one that reads, 2027, Kano Central to APC plans. Okay, 2027, Kano Central to APC plans, says Shetima. And 65% Nigerians demand lower interest rates as MPC convenes report. And underneath that, we have this one, 2027, National Assembly eyes January 16 for presidential poll, suspends electoral bill harmonization. Okay, the case of I think EFCC detains RFI, DSS. I mean, we all know what happened. I think that was last week, week, Saturday or Friday, when RFI got into town from, did they say Egypt or one of those countries? And then the DSS tries to arrest him, and there was this argument between we're not going and all. He actually narrated that when he came out from the terminal, he saw two guys approached him and says that they were from the DSS, and then he requested that they want to take him for an interrogation. So he asked for, I think, their warrants or something, and they says that they don't have. So while they were leaving, 50 more persons tried to approach him. At the time, he was just trying to go stamp his passport, and the DSS official went through that. He went to the immigration and had all of those things done. And then he saw 50 more persons try to approach him. And from his narration, that then and some of the, I think the passengers as well, and some persons who came to pick him from the airport, saw that, oh, there were people who were trying to oppress him. They were trying to, for him, I think he used the word, he's not kidnapped, but he used one word also on that interview that I watched. And so they had the argument, and eventually they requested for his passport. He said no. So one of his aides took the passport from him, and in trying to see that he can protect it better, that was how the DSS actually beat that one up and took the passport from that aide, and he has already said that he was going to go to the station himself. And on that interview as well, he also said that, why the federal government thinks that they are the only one who listens to others' conversation, that he too now, he was able to, get, I think that was like bugging the NSA's phone as well. And so he had a conversation that was centered around something, and that sounded like, security, breach of security. And so the DSS is saying that he's actually gone against some of the code of communication, and that of, I think they also highlighted one communication, he has breached the cybercrime law of 2024 as well, and the communication law of 2002. And so before he even got to the EFCC for the interrogation, there were some persons there, some protesters that were protesting against that. They want him to be arrested for trying to bug the NSA's phone, and also for bugging. But he said, but when the interviewer, because I watched that interview, asked him again that you did that, and he said no, that someone actually did that and told him that this was the conversation of Nuhu Rubadu. And so he mentioned that, and that was where a lot of persons started saying that this is, breach of Nigerian security and all of those things. So before he even arrived there with his own supporters, there were people who were protesting for his arrest. that they should arrest him. And then he got there with his supporters, and the supporters as well. They had this. In fact, there was this kind of misunderstanding there, but EFCC tried to wade in before even DSS called that after their interrogation, they want to speak with him as well. And so the thing is...
Gracious, this man, of course, obviously shot himself in the foot.
Yeah.
And now, but then again, the confidence, the glee on his face when he was speaking about how they bugged the NSA's phone, and you know the confidence with which he spoke, the relaxation that was you know on his face, the demeanor generally showed that he did it. It was not a matter of somebody else did it.
When the interview asked
he will not even make. I think he probably did not admit it because he'd realized that, oh, okay, maybe I've messed up. But he did it. He did it because this is this sort of this sort of impunity with which they had always operated.
Okay.
Are you getting it? The likes of Nuhu Ribadu during the days of Muhammadu Buhari operated in that manner. They felt like they were gods. They felt untouchable.
He's still there in power.
Do you understand? Good. Felt untouchable. And
him and Malam El-Rufai, they were besties.
Gracious, these people are people who are used to doing things that are against the law and getting away with them. And it was in that sort of confidence. You know, when you're used to a particular thing, if you and I are going to the governor's house, for instance, and I know the governor as my friend, or I know the governor as my father, and maybe for you, this is the first time you're going to see the governor. But I have always gone to the governor's house. So whenever I go there, instead of going through the protocols, I just look for one chair and sit. Sometimes I bounce into the kitchen and pick something. When you and I go there, do you know that I might forget that, oh, I am with somebody who's never been here? When we get there, you'd be more cautious because you're not used to that environment. But I would just go in and enter places. Yeah. That is the same sort of confidence with which this man spoke. He spoke like this is what they've been doing. It is not a first time something. Meanwhile, it is against our laws. Call any of these communication companies, any of the telecommunication companies, tell them there is a number that is calling you. And these call name identifying apps are not showing you. You would like that telecommunication company to give you information about that number. They'll refuse. They'll tell you you need to meet the police to give you an order and to give you something that you can take to them. You see, that
so
means
obviously it's against our laws.
It has always been against our laws. Even WhatsApp does not have the right to be going through your conversations. But Facebook does not have the right to go through your conversations. That is why they tell you your chats are encrypted. Whenever you're having a conversation with somebody, they tell you they're encrypted because it is a breach of data and privacy laws.
Now, El-Rufai actually mentioned on that interview that does the federal government thinks they are the only ones that listens to other people's conversations?
Exactly. So
does that mean that people in authority they do that to
that
people
is the
easily?
Same thing I'm telling you. This is what they've all been doing. It is not a new thing to them. All of them, they've been doing it. They've been doing it.
Well, that interview actually elicited a lot of reaction from a lot of persons who says that El-Rufai prior to this time has actually, detained them unlawfully. Some persons started highlighting. They said that, okay, the DSS should not, try to go that, do that wrongly. I mean, they should. If El-Rufai is up for probe, I mean, if there are things that are actually linking him with insecurity or corruption, they can easily just go and probe him legally and not with the way of trying to just hijack him, because El-Rufai used the statement. Now, while all of those talks were going on at the EFCC, there were protesters at the Kaduna State Assembly calling for the probe of El-Rufai on misappropriation of 420-something billion naira fund, and that's what you're saying here. So I think they've written to the State Assembly at the time before, and then yesterday they protested while all of those things, while he was at the EFCC for interrogation, and then that protest was ongoing yesterday as well for persons who says that he misappropriated loans that were taken and some other monies that they highlighted. Now, some will say that, why is it that a government most times always waits until maybe a particular politician has rift with them or go against maybe the party conduct or the stance for the party, now has their own, maybe defected to another party. That's when you see them trying to probe or trying to bring them for investigation. Erufai prior to this time was with the APC. Nobody had anything of probe or all of these drama, these buhas. Even Erufai did not say anything until now that he's in another party, even though he claimed that he has never been a very good friend of the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, but that he's been working for the party. But for him and Nuru Ribadu, everyone knows that they are actually friends. And that's why most times you hear him mention that name over and over again.
Say gracious for El Rufai and every other person who has been in government or is in government. The truth is, I want to believe, based on their antecedents, that this is something they do. In fact, I'm going to judge all of it based on the confidence with which Rufai spoke when he was asked. It shows that this is something they've often done. And on the issue of, is it only when you're not in the party or when you seem to be in a position that they come after you? I mean, that is very characteristic of African politics.
But it shouldn't be so.
Gracious is very characteristic of African politics.
I think we should still stay a little on Punch, as we have this headline. Court remands suspected killers of South Africa-based Nigerian student, and food inflation falls to 14-year low.
Okay, well, FG to borrow 800 billion naira via February bonds. FG to borrow 800 billion naira via February bonds. That story is on page 44 of the Punch newspapers. And still on the front page, you have arrest made after 2 die on Lagos film set. There's also persons that have been dying in Lagos in recent times.
Film set. I heard about the story.
Film set, and then the ones that died in a studio.
Wow.
In a recording studio also. About 4 of them that died in a recording
for
studio.
recording studio, most times when you look at it, it's films from generator. And a lot of persons don't understand. I think sometime last year, our landlord had this very funny generator that if you're in your house, even when all your windows are shut, somehow the fumes penetrate. And so I had to go tell them, because they really don't understand the environmental hazards they are causing, for the hazard they are causing someone's life. So I had to go and approach them and say, see this thing that people are inhaling. This is how people go to sleep and don't wake up. At the end of the day, they don't wake up.
Sometimes
so please,
they say it's witches.
I'm telling you, they attribute to witches and all of that. So sometimes it might be carelessness from some persons to have their generators really close that bring out film, and film come directly to where they are sleeping. But I'm actually yet to even get to understand better what was the cause of the death of those persons in the studio. Now, for the this court remand suspected killers of South Africa, even before we came on the air, we had our conversations that I think the xenophobic attacks that have been taking place against Nigerians in South Africa is becoming alarming each year. And why is it that Nigerians are still going there? And then you talked about the fact that, their currency is way higher than that of Nigeria currency. And so a lot of persons who want to go there for greener pastures to see how, at the end of the day, they are coming back to Nigeria. They are coming as big boys and big girls. But Africa, if you want to grow, we are looking at United Africa. Very recently, there was the Africa Summit that took place, the AU Summit that took place. I think that was a day, two ago. And you see that our leaders always come together to discuss how we can make, we can work together as a continent, how we are one, how we can do business together, even though most times it is until they have the summit, they discuss all of these things. And yes, as Africans, if we actually don't work together to see how we can develop Africa as a people, it might not really go. If you want to travel, ordinarily we are looking at a continent that we don't need visa to go into. We can just have free business trade and just access different countries as Africans. But yet you see attacks like this happening to other Africans in your own, still in the African continent. And the leaders of Africa needs to places for SA, it has always been in the news of SA is not a safe place. People always talk. In fact, for me, I don't think I want to go there. But even if I know that it's actually a very beautiful place, but for the reports you get and having that feeling that these people don't like you with the way they go about in handling situation might want to make you to be scared of going to places like that for business or just to for vacation. We are Africans, and if we want to grow the continent, we have to work together collectively. We don't have to wait for others to come and grow our continent for us. But if we are going through and experiencing attacks like this one, I don't think we can actually live peacefully as a people. So please, leaders of these African nations, countries, should come together and try to discuss ways forward in terms of we living together as a people.
Nigerians, there are two things that are very, very common with Nigerians at the moment. And one of them is the whole Jackba thing. There are people who I believe are comfortable in Nigeria because they earn in millions. Here in Nigeria, they have their own house. It's not a rented property. Here in Nigeria, they have house helps. They have drivers, right? Their children attend some of the good schools the schools that you can even call big schools in their locality. Such individuals most times are usually convinced by their wives to still jackba, to still leave the country and go in search of what they consider greener pastures. And one of the key reasons, like I told you before we came on air, was the value of the naira compared to those currencies. And then another reason is the systems in those places. The systems. There are people who are not rich in certain parts of the world. I don't want to mention any country right now, so it will not be as if that country is better than our Nigeria, because our Nigeria is a great country. Now, there are some countries that have working systems where individuals who are not even making up to $1,000 in a month cannot live in Nigeria because they've lived in an organized structure where everything is systemic, right? From transportation to electricity to this to that, to everything is properly structured. Now that's one other reason why a lot of persons go. But within Africa here, for South Africa, the major reason why a lot of Nigerians go to South Africa is the currency. Because if you go there now, even as a taxi driver, which this late young man was, the money you make there would be like ×3 or even ×4 of what you would make if you were doing the same thing here in Nigeria. But one thing has been made evident by South Africans. Not every South African. It would be wrong. It would be unprofessional of us to say South Africans now. That would be generalizing it. But one thing has been made very clear. It is that many or a good number of South Africans, especially South African men, do not like Nigerians. Men in particular do not like Nigerian men. And again, too, some Nigerian men too are not helping the matters. Some Nigerian men, Nigerians are generally loud people. We go to these places, instead of us to go about our businesses calmly, we go there and we cause a lot of nuisance. Well, gracious, let's move on to this day newspaper here. Well, the lead story of This Day still has it as EFCC detains El Rufai as DSS files cybercrime charges. EFCC detains El Rufai as DSS files cybercrime charges. Well, still on that story, Atiku accuses FG of persecuting ex-Kaduna governor. Well, protesters storm Kaduna Assembly, demand update on probe of El Rufai's administration. We've got more stories on This Day.
Yeah. Well, yes, I remember after the incident he had with the DSS at the airport, Malam El Rufai, we saw the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and him together. I think that was in Atiku's house, saying that the DSS was just trying to, approach the matter in a manner that wasn't so good, and they talked a lot that day. And now another story, another headline here says oil sector RMAFC panel recommends state of emergency forensic audits derivation revenue adjustment. Away from that one, we have this one, alleged under-reporting after 1,000 well verification wants probe. Okay, and away from that, proposes boundary review, possible amendment to Problem Industry Act. The Cross River to return has as literal state. Okay, Cross River to return as literal state. Do we have another headline here on this day?
Well, Amupiton warns staff not to fail at duty. INEC hires 1,132 vehicles for FCT election. That story, you'll see it on the right side of the front page of this day. Amupiton warns staff not to fail at duty. INEC hires 1,132 vehicles for FCT election. And still on this day, front page of this day, at the bottom part, okay, we're in this together. Naija State Governor Mohammed Umar Bago, of course, speaking with the Kwara State Governor and the NGF Chairman Abdurrahman Abdurrazak says we're in this together. Well, that's pretty much what we have on this day.
I mean, they are discussing how to work together to see how they can combat insecurity in their region, and that's a welcome development.
And I think that's something every region should be looking at, how we can fix our region, how we can make our region better. Let's go to Daily Sun.
Daily Sun, the lead headline says U.S. freezes assets of 8 Nigerians over alleged Boko Haram. ISIL links. U.S. freezes assets of 8 Nigerians over alleged Boko Haram. ISIL links. I saw that story earlier today. I think the 8 of them, we have some from the west, east, and some names that were actually mentioned. Maybe you can take a look at the other ones we have there.
Well, this says FG slams 3-count charge on El Rufai over bugging of Ribadu's phone. Electoral reforms, National Assembly takes final decision on real-time transmission. 19 other clauses as Harmonization Committee meets. Electoral reform, National Assembly takes final decision on real-time transmission.
That will happen today.
Yes. 19 other clauses as Harmonization Committee meets.
Okay, that's taking place today, Tuesday.
Soldiers kill 2 suspected terrorists in Ondo. This story is actually on page 4. Soldiers kill 2 suspected terrorists in Ondo raid hideouts in Benue. We've got something on business.
Yes, inflation eased to 15.1% in January as food prices dropped. And basically, I wanted us to take a look at this story. Inflation. I also saw reports where it says that inflation has actually reduced drastically. Some will argue that no, but they talked about food prices, how food prices is actually right now is on the better side. Remember in December, some were of the opinion that, this is the first December, 2025 December was the first December that food prices were stable, no increments, it was just as the normal price. And as of January and right now, it feels as though it is even better as the food prices have actually, inflation has eased to 15.1% in January as food prices dropped. So that report is coming from the NBS. But it is up to those persons that are going to the market all the time to tell us, their reports. I think we'll take a look at some reports like this very soon, go to Swahili Market to get their opinion, to find out how if this data is actually tallying with what is happening here in the state in terms of food prices.
If they tell us there has not been the sort of arbitrary increment we used to see
like in 2024, 2023.
But using the word better to describe the current state of the cost of things in the market is not even an ideal thing. If just 2 years ago I was buying something for 2,000 naira and then this year, let's say January, I bought that thing for 7,000 naira, and then in February I'm now buying it for 6,000. 6,000 is not better. All I'm thinking about is 2,000 that I was buying it. Better would be 1,500.
Okay.
Or going back to the 2,000. You cannot move me from Igbogeni, not from Swale. Swale is in Bayelsa.
From my house, from my house to the office initially was 30 naira.
Yes.
And then it skyrocketed
that
all
was
the way.
even when it was high already.
If you see, it's skyrocketed all the way from that to 150 now.
Okay.
So you see,
So you
and
see,
some I even argue with you for 200 naira.
Exactly.
Very bad.
So it is not better. Maybe the increments, the movement stopped.
Yeah.
There's been stability in terms of increment, but gracious, it's not better.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not better. And then telling us eased 15%, 15.1%. No.
All right. We have a story from page 37 that says Dangote signs $400 million equipment deal to fast track refinery expansion. Oh wow, he's still expanding. Okay, and another one here says 14 die in boats mishap in KB. That's on page 4. I also saw the story.
Governor Idris condoles Yauri Emirates. So it happened in Yauri.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, right activists, NOB, addressing journalists during a walk in support of reserved seats for women bill at National Assembly, Abuja. Okay, I watched that protest. They said it's not protest, that it was just a walk to, to call on the National Assembly to hasten the women's seats. Every state, they are looking at getting one, even the FCT, getting one female senator from each state. And then the National Assembly, they are looking at having 3 women. So yes, and they says that the House of Reps has been very supportive in terms of passing this bill. So
it's not a protest.
It's not a protest.
Everybody is afraid of using the word protest right now in Nigeria.
But
if you say
it
protest,
is lawful. It is lawful.
If you say protest, you know what would happen. So
it is actually a lawful
nobody
thing.
wants
In fact,
to admit
the security agencies are just supposed to provide you with protection so they can see how they can manage the situation. Protest is actually a lawful thing. I'm just trying.
It is your right.
There are lawful protests anyway, but sometimes people of the underworld hijacked them, and that's where they have problems. Now, from leadership, Victor.
Yes, let's take a look at leadership papers. Now, if you're just joining us, this is Naija Live TV, Yenagoa, Bayelsa State. You can leave a comment on our live stream. You can also tag your friends to be a part of what is going on here. Share. We actually encourage you to share our posts, and do also give us a follow. And that's if you're on Facebook, on TikTok, and on X. But then on YouTube, endeavor to subscribe to our channel so that you can always be abreast with what's going on here at Naija Live TV. We're looking at papers, so we've got newspaper highlights and leadership for today, Tuesday, 17th February 2026.
Yeah.
The lead story says EFCC grills El-Rufai for hours as FG files criminal charges against ex-governor. So basically, most of the papers have this story.
I was also wondering that now the fact that what is now making the headlines in terms of this grilling is the bugging of the NSA's phone. But there was a reason that they had before going to the airport to try to arrest him. Why are we not hearing so much of that reason?
Well, the reason might be the DSS reopening 2019 Dadiata disappearance case.
Okay,
it might just
let's
be
get it because
there
was
and of course
they went to the airport to arrest him, and there was a reason. But at the end of the day, what is now making the headline more is the bugging of the NSA's phone. So we also want to get more details about in regards to their first take in going to the airport to arrest him.
Well,
that failed.
Tinubu writes for FT, says Africa paying too much to borrow, needs own rating agency.
Wow.
Tinubu writes for FT, says Africa paying too much to borrow, needs own rating agency.
We shouldn't even borrow.
Africa needs her own rating agency that would say if we're borrowing $50 billion, the interest rate should be 5 or 2. But the question is, why are we borrowing?
Yeah.
Do we even need to borrow? I remember.
But we always hear of how we have made progress with our internally generated revenue.
Yes.
And so the talk of even trying to borrow to fund this present budget is another thing.
This
I don't know
present
if
administration told us they would not be borrowing.
Yeah,
Gracious.
yeah, I don't know if you saw
before they came in, they said they would not borrow. And that was why they said they were stopping subsidy. They were removing subsidies so that we can generate enough to run the country. But what happened in the first 6 months? There was massive borrowing by the same administration that told us they would not be borrowing.
If you actually watch the recent budget presentation, where even the accountant general is saying that, oh, I can only disburse funds at my disposal, and then the Senate committee started probing him, telling him that they were not going to release funds for his office, and that where are all the monies? I mean, the monies so far. I mean, our internally generated revenue has skyrocketed. Where are all the monies that when they actually had interaction with INEC talked about underfunding that made them. In fact, after then we saw the case of the Ministry of Health. I mean, a capital ministry such as that one receiving below, I think their budget was for some billions, yet they received 36 million. That was really paltry.
36 million
you get
naira.
36 million naira. I need to understand it better if it was billion.
36 billion or 36 million?
Let's say maybe, let me get what I saw, 36 something, but instead of, I think, over certain, up to 10, some billions. Let me confirm that correctly, because I was watching the probe that day.
No, that would be sad.
I'm going to get it. Let me get it while we're even talking. And then again, they also talked about the underfunding of our security agencies. And when you hear the minister, the attorney general, I said attorney general. When you hear the accountant general saying that, oh, I can only dispose funds at my disposal, you'll be wondering what is really going on. I mean, you are the accountant general, so why are you saying this? It was actually a very tough, presentation that day.
Well, let's see. This says investors gain 5.1 trillion naira in single day trading as market capitalization hits 122 trillion naira. That is on page 51 of this Leadership newspaper. Well, still on the front page of Leadership newspaper, terrorism defense headquarters confirms arrival of 100 US troops in Nigeria. Defense headquarters confirms arrival of 100 US troops in Nigeria. You can find that story on page 7 of Leadership newspaper. Well, UK to begin issuing e-visas to Nigerian travelers from February 25. This is on page 4 of of Leadership newspaper. UK to begin issuing e-visas to Nigerian travelers from February 25. And inflation dips. That is dropped.
Yeah, 36 million capital budget released. Yes. It was 36 million naira. I just needed to get that.
So, all gracious, it tells you how sad, how pathetic it is.
I mean, out of how many billion, and so the backlash on that report was really heavy.
Okay, now 28 Abia Kebbi wedding guests die in accidents.
Wow.
28 Abia Kebbi wedding guests die in accidents. That is on page 7 of Leadership. Let's look at what we've got at the top.
Okay, we have this one. It reads, that's page 7. Kano hails President Tinubu, APC governors over 8 billion naira donation to Singa Market fire victims. Most times when you hear...
this is not audio donation.
The donation might be real, but it's for it to get to the affected people that the money was released for. That is another problem. I mean, most times you hear that, I'm telling you, hear that, a federal government or an organization donated certain amount of money for palliatives, for this, but at the end of the day, are the people that really needs the money, that reason for the donation, are they really going to feel the impact? That's another problem. Katsina, Zamfara launch regional IDP policies action plans.
Okay. Well, that is it. That's basically what we have on Leadership. Let's quickly run to Daily Trust. Daily Trust basically has the lead story of EFCC detains El Rufai. Well, quickly would move on to, we've taken this day, let's look at Nigerian Tribune. Nigerian Tribune still has the lead story on El Rufai, but then we have it there. It says FG charges El Rufai over NSA phone interception. That is Nigerian Tribune. FG charges El Rufai over NSA phone interception. EFCC grills him on corruption allegation, and protesters storm Kaduna Assembly, demand update on his probe. But then we've got other stories on the front page of Nigeria Tribune.
Okay, we have this one. Nigeria's inflation eases to 15.10% in January.
For this figure to be this exact, it means everybody has got their data from a particular source.
Yes.
Well, to find out the source, go read the paper.
Page 6 is there. Then NRS announces phased rollout of e-invoicing electronic physical system. NRS announces phased rollout of e-invoicing electronic physical system. Also on page 45 we have DHQ, that's the Defense Headquarters, announces arrival of 100 U.S. troops. I thought it was 200. Okay, we 100 U.S.
yes,
troops.
100. Yeah, that's what we read. So that story, you can find it on page 45 of Nigerian Tribune. Well, this says still there on Nigerian Tribune. Okay, we have this story that says 2 killed as 10-man gang of suspected bandits engage police in Okeogun. 2 killed as 10-man gang of suspected bandits engage police in Okeogun. And then, of course, that story on the U.S. sanctioning Boko Haram. Those who are linked to Boko Haram and bandits, that story is also there on the front page of the newspaper. It says U.S. sanctions 8 Nigerians over links to Boko Haram, ISIL, and cyber crimes. Gracious. On health, I mean, you are a health correspondent. This story here says...
Well, twice yearly injections may transform hypertension treatment. Okay. Twice yearly injections may transform hypertension treatment. That's coming from Lancet Review, page 11.
Okay, Alafin calls for urgent action in 3 Kwara communities over terror threat. Alafin calls for urgent action in 3 Kwara communities over terror threat. Gracious, every traditional ruler needs to be crying and needs to have something done. If it means for all traditional rulers in Nigeria to come together, of course, every state has their own bodies, their own council. Here in Bayelsa State, we've got the Traditional Rulers Council, headed by His Royal Majesty King
Bubraid Akolo.
Yes, King Bubraid Akolo, the Agada IV, been an away of the Betiama Kingdom. So if they come together, they can put some pressure, put the government under some pressure to say, look,
are you sure traditional rulers are actually ready to do that? Because these days it seems as though the traditional rulers, they are no longer like the ones maybe our parents had. These ones, they are under government, payroll. So most times what you expect them to do is not what they are offering. Sometimes they can have backyard conversation and not do it in front of our politicians.
Well, I want to believe that we have so many good ones. And I want to believe that even here in Bayelsa State, we have many good ones. Gracious, I think we'll take one
more paper and we call it a wrap on the newspaper highlights and bring you other programs. Now from the Guardian newspaper, we have the lead stories. In 2027, protesters storm National Assembly as debate on Electoral Act resumes. Okay. I don't know if they might want to listen again, and also resumes on section 60. Okay, I take that again. 2027, protesters storm National Assembly as debate on Electoral Act resumes, section 60, subsection 3 of the Electoral Act Amendment Bill 2026.
Okay. Reps demands FG's 3-year financial statement. Reps demand FG's 3-year financial statement. You're asking the federal government to give you your 3-year financial statement. Okay. FCT polls, ADC berates Wike over war threat. You know, Wike had said he will not allow anybody to defeat
the APC in the states. I think in the council elections, that are area council elections that are coming up in the FCT.
He said it cannot happen under his watch.
Okay.
And that sounded like, you know, a threat.
Okay.
Yeah.
No problem. They will be fine.
Is Wike part of the APC?
Now, I will not forget in a hurry how the last election, the PDP defeated, I mean, I think most parts of the FCT, I think they voted the PDP and the Labour Party and not the APC, if you have the record. So I don't know how he wants to do it. Now, very recently, even some persons were campaigning, we are of the opinion that the people, the present administration, rather than trying to bring the City Boy movement, this movement, why not try to win the people's hearts with what you have done as a leader? In fact, all leaders, why not, instead of using influencers and all, why not try to win the hearts of the people with what you have done? I did this road because of me. The hunger, inflation has reduced drastically. We're not talking about 0.0 inflation. Oh, because of what I've done in this administration, our healthcare our healthcare has improved drastically. Oh, because of what this administration policies they have put in place, our education system has changed, that people now come from overseas to school here. Oh, because of this I have done. Look at our road infrastructure. Look at our... So if you can actually campaign or try to lure the heart of the electorate with all of these things, it will be better rather than trying to pay influencers of this day that influence anything that comes to their hand. As long as there is money and with no integrity, they will just grab the money and try to influence. So for Wike to say that, oh, nobody's going to win, let's see how that happens. If it's going to be a free and fair thing, we don't want all of these threats. Let's have a free and fair election where people will come and exercise their franchise the way it should be and live, and the rest should be the successful history.
Well, still on The Guardian, this story says 70% of Nigerians living with epilepsy untreated, says experts. 70% of Nigerians are living with epilepsy untreated.
I heard epilepsy cannot be treated, but it can just be managed. I think I had that conversation on my health program last week as well on Tuesday. So that's what a health professional told me, that it cannot be treated, but it can be managed with drugs.
Well, this says Akwa Ibom Cross River bicker over oil well control. Akwa Ibom Cross River bicker over oil well control. Relief for Nigerians as food inflation eases to single digits after 10 years. And of course, CSO's rally, demand update and due process in El Rufai's probes. Gracious, there's one more paper we have to look at.
You are taking this. I mean, this looks like sports.
Of course, it is sports. It is sports. We'll quickly just run through some major sporting stories here. This says on Punch Sports Extra, the lead story here on the front page says Nigeria's wait continues as FIFA delays DR Congo World Cup verdict. Nigeria's wait continues as FIFA delays DR Congo World Cup verdict. Now, this is basically something that has been lingering. Nigeria was knocked out, in fact, was knocked out of the World Cup qualifiers in Africa by the Democratic Republic of Congo, that's DRC now. However, Nigeria decided to file a petition against DR Congo, saying that they fielded ineligible players. They fielded players that were not registered in time. So these players were not originally registered as players for DR. You know, they basically just presented their case saying that, and now the result or the verdict of FIFA was supposed to come yesterday. We waited, and then FIFA told us, okay, we'll have to hold on a little, and that delay is what we're still hoping for. So maybe by today, or latest before the end of this week, we will get a verdict. But if FIFA finds DRC guilty, if FIFA finds Congo guilty, it means that the Super Eagles of Nigeria will now go to the intercontinental playoff of, the playoff qualifiers for the World Cup. But then, this is sad. It's sad that a nation like Nigeria has to be going through the backyard just to qualify for the World Cup. I mean, there were those good days when Nigeria simply qualified for the World Cup by breezing through the groups. But then, what are we? We still call ourselves the Giants of Africa, forgetting that smaller countries are overtaking us. Well, that's the lead story there on that paper then, but we've got more stories. And this says Rashford is still against Old Trafford return. Rashford still against Old Trafford return. And it's now today we've got Champions League fixtures. One of them that concerns us is that of Galatasaray against Juventus, because Nigeria's leading striker Victor Osimhen is there. He plays for Galatasaray. It's the playoff, and the teams that will get knocked out of this round will not make it to the round of 16. The ones that will win in this round will make it to the round of 16. So good luck to Galatasaray because of Victor Osimhen, Super Eagles man, who plays for Galatasaray. So at 9 p.m. today, there will be matches. Benfica will also be taking on Real Madrid. Don't forget, Real Madrid lost to Benfica in the last round of the Champions League group phase. Well, Arteta reveals new Saka role. Arteta reveals new Saka role. And quickly, Ajagba eyes tougher fights after Martin knockout. Well, if you get this paper, you will see basically the stories that we've got there. Don't forget, Mourinho wary of wounded Blancos. Jose Mourinho, that's the coach of Benfica, is not believing that two matches are going to be the same. They know they defeated Real Madrid. They dealt with Real Madrid in the last game of the Champions League group stage. However, Mourinho does not think it's going to be as easy as it was in that game, because Real Madrid themselves have been struggling this season, and he believes they are a wounded team, because the reason Madrid is playing the playoff right now is because of Benfica. So let's see how that one would be. In fact, that is the biggest match of this playoff. Those matches will be by 9 p.m. today, and for Galatasaray and Juventus, you can watch that game at 6:45. Well, that's basically how far we can go today on newspaper highlights. Gracious.
All right, up next is stories making the rounds. Please stay with us. Naija Live TV coming your way from Yenagoa, the capital of Bayelsa State, South Nigeria. Thank you for watching. I am Gracious Fenana.
Okay, I'm Victor Eulogy. Have yourself a great day.
We're still here anyways.
One of the problems we have in Nigeria is that it's difficult to have solid metals for creative engineering. So what you basically have in this country are tubes for building of houses and erection of structures and all that. But when you come to real metals that you can carve to engine block, metal that you can carve to the shaft or gear, there is nowhere to get in this country. So a country that does not have a shop for metals to cut can never develop. If we had shops where you can go and buy all kinds of grades of metals, it would be easier for the young to get the metals and come to a place like us, and then we will carve it for them, cut, bend, and then do all that. This country will develop. But we don't have. We have to look at China or any of those countries to bring those things to us. So that is the story of Nigeria. One of the problems we have in Nigeria is that it's difficult to have solid metals for creative engineering. So what you basically have in this country are tubes for building of houses and erection of structures and all that. But when you come to real metals that you can carve to engine block, metal that you can carve to the shaft or gear, there is nowhere to get in this country. So a country that does not have a shop for metals to cut can never develop. If we had shops where you can go and buy all kinds of grades of metals, it would be easier for the young to get the metals and come to a place like us, and then we will carve it for them, cut, bend, and then do all that. This country will develop. But we don't have. We have to look at China or any of those countries to bring those things to us. So that is the story of Nigeria.
Z-Tin for high-tech precision engineering. A technology and heavy-duty industry. Original spares for automotive, locomotive, aviation, marine and agriculture. Research and development for automotive engines and electric cars. Heavy-duty off-road equipment. Reverse engineering. Technological development. Academy for innovators and impressionable minds.
One of the problems we have in Nigeria is that it's difficult to have solid metals for creative engineering. So what you basically have in this country are tubes for building of houses and erection of structures and all that. But when you come to real metals that you can carve to engine block, metal that you can carve to the shaft or gear, there is nowhere to get in this country. So a country that does not have a shop for metals to cut can never develop. If we had shops where you can go and buy all kinds of grades of metals, it would be easier for the young to get the metals and come to a place like us, and then we will carve it for them, cut, bend, and then do all that. This country will develop. But we don't have. We have to look at China or any of those countries to bring those things to us. So that is the story of Nigeria.
Thank you. We are still taking G. We are still taking G. Group G. Group G. Okay, we're supposed to don't vex, go house. Leave a ticket, go house, still there. Wow. Jennifer, if I say not get this thing, voila for them. Sorry, this is group G. Hold your ticket. G. Thank you. Group G. The Chief Executive Officer, Michael Bless Olomu, is right now having a group photograph with those with disability. We are still on Group G. Yes, we are still with Group G. For Group G, H should get ready. This is Group G. H should get ready. I said get ready, never come home. Just get ready. You never reach H. I just say wanna get ready. H. This is Group G. Group G. Those of us sitting down, please join. No. Group G. D. Ama. Is that G? G.
Okay.
Where is your ticket? Operation, hold your ticket. Are you ready? You not get ticket, not join the line, but they not allow you go.
My name is Alex Salmon.
Allow online the studio.
Nokia.
Michael, get your people ready?
My second name Nokia. Yes.
Sir, how do you feel today? You are given a prize.
Okay, sir. Berimba Tamara Mekane. Okay. Tamara Mekane, Michael Tum. Blessing of Abu Wabi, bless her father. Ukuleka. Patrim supporter pad or Kubabu me prebibe. Beung boy to me from you don't know, man, be down, Toro, time was a BB make Mutama Pere. Mokoba Paba Moko Naija a block a move, they down, Pamo Pere. Mokem Batman,
join the line. Group H. Oh, Maria Utuamo, Biabo. No. No way. No way. Go and join the line. Very much consider. Ama. Akame Alpha. Group H.
Welcome to Stories Making the Round on Naija Live TV, reaching you from Yenagoa, the capital city of Bayelsa State, the glory of all lands. Of course, Bayelsa used to be known as the pride of the nation and became the glory of all lands. Bayelsa is in South Nigeria, one of the best places you could ever think of. Just visit Bayelsa and you're sure to find a lot of good things here. Fine men, fine women, good food, peaceful environment, serenity, nature, and the land is a virgin land for those of you who want to invest. You're looking for a place where you can invest and be sure that you'd get your profit. This is the place to come to. On Stories Making the Round, we basically touch one or two topical stories. I'm Victor Eulogy.
Gracious Fenana here.
Gracious, I feel like you're one of the stories making the rounds.
How? How do you mean?
Because you are the only female face on Naija Live TV so far.
Oh, really? That's true.
But then let's
well, it's actually open for plenty female faces.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Okay, so let's start with one of the bigger stories apart from that of El Rufai, which we've already hammered on during newspaper highlights. U.S. forces are in Nigeria to provide training and technology support in Bauchi. U.S. forces in Nigeria provide training and technology support in Bauchi. Now, the defense headquarters had announced the arrival of 100 U.S. troops in Nigeria. So defense headquarters had announced...
We even have details there.
Yes, the arrival of that in Nigeria. But then, Gracious,
let's take a look
let's
at
run through the details of that story.
Okay. Well, quickly. Now, the Defense Minister, General Christopher Musa, retired, has clarified that the presence of United States military forces in Nigeria is focused on training and technological support. Speaking in an interview, the minister explained that both militaries are collaborating in specific areas of Bauchi State with the federal government's approval. General Musa noted that the United States has deployed some military personnel to Nigeria, working closely with Nigerian forces. While he could not confirm their presence in Borno, he stated that they have authorization to operate in specific areas of Bauchi State to provide training in support of ongoing operations. He added that U.S. support also includes advanced technology such as drones and satellite capabilities, which are considered critical to Nigerian operations.
Okay, and so they are not here to fight. They're here to teach us. That's basically the summary. That's just the summary of what the defense headquarters is telling us. That if we think, oh, the 100 U.S. troops who came into Nigeria, they came here to fight. And I say, no, rethink. They did not come to fight, or they came here to teach us. We've not forgotten so soon how they also told us they worked hand in hand with the U.S. For that military invasion that took place in was it in
December?
Yes, in December.
25th.
And I'm trying to remember the state now. That was
Kano State.
Sokoto,
rather.
Okay. And then they said they worked only for them later to come and tell us something else. It's sad, but then whether they came here to teach or came here to fight, what Nigerians want is peace. What Nigerians want is being able to go to bed with your eyes closed, not one eye. What Nigerians want is being able to go to any part of this country as a Nigerian and leaving that place safely without somebody harming you. What Nigerians want is being able to practice any religion and not be afraid that somebody is going to hack you to death or have you abducted and demand millions for ransom.
Well, just a week ago, President Bola Tinubu actually promised that he says Nigerians, they've been going through sleepless nights because of insecurity, but he promised, remember we even took that story, he promised that that is going to be a thing of the past very soon as they are putting measures in place to see how they will combat crime, insecurity, terrorism attacks and all in Nigeria. Now, like we mentioned and we've always been saying, these things should just not be words of, do you want to say words of affirmation?
It should not be, they shouldn't be audio talk.
Audio talk, but let's see action. Now that we now have these troops that are here to collaborate with our Nigerian military in terms of technology and combat, we want to see at the end of the day that Nigerians will go to bed with their eyes closed, as the president earlier stated that Nigerians have been experiencing sleepless nights, but we want to have, go to bed with our eyes closed and stop creating IDP camps, hoping that, terror will happen and people will look for places to sleep. So we want to see our northern brothers and sisters go to their farms peacefully. We want to have a Nigeria that is very peaceful. At least, even if people say that you cannot completely eradicate insecurity in any nation, but let's see that it has been brought down to the barest minimum. That's what Nigerians are actually praying for. Now, away from that, let's take a look at the story where the woman says they did not protest, but they walked. Now, and Victor says a lot of persons are scared of using the word protest. Yes. So, scores of women staged a peaceful rally. Okay, it was rally they called it, not protest. Yeah.
It is a protest. Please. Test it.
Scores of women staged a peaceful rally at the main entrance of the National Assembly, urging lawmakers to fast-track the passage of the Women Reserved Seats Bill ahead of the 2027 general elections. The proposed legislation is among 44 prioritized constitutional amendment bills currently awaiting final voting by the National Assembly and subsequent approval by state houses of assembly. If passed, the bill would amend the 1999 Constitution to create reserved seats for women in the National Assembly and state legislative chambers. The measure is designed as a temporary intervention to address the low representation of women in Nigeria's lawmaking bodies by establishing constituencies to be contested exclusively by female candidates. Addressing the rally, former convener of the Nigerian Civil Society Situation Room, NAOB, commended lawmakers for progress made so far, but urged them to complete the process without delay. Victor, we've actually had conversations centered on women in politics. And if you're even doing, say, women in politics program, you rarely even see women participate or hear them participate on those programs. Rather, it is even men that participate more. We've also heard of the arguments where women rarely support women. Now, for politics, they say leadership, you cannot wait for anybody to give you leadership position, but you have to take it. You have to be readily available. You have to show the world that you are actually ready. Today, we see Natasha Akpoti in the Senate always having one, because she's trying to stand up for women. But how many women did you even see when she had her first problem that backed her in the Senate? We heard
in the Senate.
We saw Ireti Kingibe said that they tried to speak to her privately and they tried to reach out to her. But how far did it go? How many women actually back women? Now, women are actually asking. They said that in every state, including the FCT, they want to get at least one representative in the Senate, National Assembly, and then for state houses, 3 representatives that they actually want a bill of such to be passed. But if not for this bill, let's say eventually if it's passed, that's what we are praying, so we can actually have inclusivity when it comes to our governance system, when it comes to our lawmaking process and all, having women also in the politics. Maybe this can actually encourage them to want to really stand up and see how they contest, they get elective offices and not just appointments and all, because they argue that women has a whole lot they can do, but most times you see women being given, woman leader, go to your place and mobilize your people and let them vote for this man, let them do this one.
Men leader. We don't. there's no men leader.
You see what I was telling you of the that to become a woman is not easy.
I don't think you want to have this conversation. That's going to be a very long debate.
I am telling you, see, women are always canvassing, mobilizing people, and if you look at the population, if you look at what we have, if you want to look at the last census we had, women, the population of women and youths are way more than that of the men. Racist. So having women to always be the one to do woman leader, go and mobilize, rather than giving them that space to thrive in politics is actually not a good thing. But are the women also, are they really ready to run with this vision? In fact, sorry, Victor, I know you want to say something. Now, there was a time we heard, the youths want to become, they want to contest, the youth want to be in politics, the youth want to do this one, the youth, so in fact they are tired of having elderly folks to man key positions. They want to see youth. At the end of the day, they're not too young to run. Bill was passed for 25 and above to run. Today you still see the youths that claim that we need the young people party, that's YPP that was there. In fact, when was the last time you heard about YPP? When was the last time you heard about it? I'm seeing it like just women in politics as well, because most times you've seen this rally, but are the women, if the bill is passed anyways, now you know that, okay, this is a bill, whether you like it or not, it is a law, so it's compulsory for them to get it. But ordinarily, how are women, have they been supporting themselves, aside from rallies like that, have they been supporting themselves to see how they can canvass for votes?
The women that will even be produced, if you have that sort of bill, most of them will be handpicked women.
Handpicked again.
See, Gracious, I think as good, as noble as this initiative is, as noble as this bill is, the truth of the matter is the Nigerian woman. Because I'm saying Nigerian because in some parts of Africa, women are already doing things.
We already have a female president that
is becoming a terror. You know, if you
but women are actually very good leaders. Let's forget, after all, we have Ngozi Konjo-Iweala who is doing big things there at the World Trade Center. We have someone like Obi Ezekwesili.
What is Obi doing?
Obi has always been very vocal, and she's been
vocal because she's not in government.
She's also, at least she's manned a position
because she's not in government.
No,
was she vocal?
While she was there as in government as a minister,
vocal?
She actually did something.
What did she do as the Minister of Education? What impact did Obi Ezekwesili do in this country? Have on this country, please. I feel, Gracious. The point I was even trying to make.
We have Senator Natasha, who is doing big thing, and even while she was away from that 6 month suspension,
the fact that you can count the number of women,
it is because those are the women we've had, Victor. We've not had the opportunity to have more women.
We've had a woman
to have more women.
Gracious, we've had a woman as the
you cannot
speaker,
generalize it
as the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Patricia Ete.
Yes.
And what happened to her? In just a few months of being in office, the embezzlement that took place.
Victor, is that what?
Hold on, I'm headed somewhere. You just you keep interrupting. So
I'm going to interrupt you because you're going.
You cannot interrupt what you've not even heard. Right. Now, Patricia Ete, you're the one who even took this conversation to this direction.
All right,
now, what happened there? Of course, the embezzlement that took place there was the kind that had not been seen just in a short period that she was there. But that's not even my conversation. The point, Gracious, I was going to make is, if women are not active in politics, it is their fault. If women are not getting elected into political offices, it is their fault. The Nigerian woman right now has not seen how powerful women can be when women come together. If women want to protest in Yenagoa, for instance, and they take off their clothes, that is it.
Why do you have to say take off their clothes? Must it take off their clothes?
No, but I'm just showing you some extreme things women can do. We've seen...
Is it about women riots that they have to go back?
These are the issues, yes. When women decide to take matters... See, there are lots of things. When women unite, it is impossible for men to defeat them. That's number one. When women are angry with you, there is nothing you can do. That's why there's a popular saying that hellfire knows no fury. As a woman who is scorned, make a woman angry. Like if a woman gets angry and hates you, my brother, you will need all the gods in your community, angels from heaven, and maybe somebody she loves for her to forgive you. Because when women come together, there is a lot they can achieve. But what do we have? We have women who would rather be woman
competitive instead of collaboration.
And let me even tell you how bad it is. Those women leaders, when you give them something to go and empower their fellow women, what do? They
embezzle
They pocket it.
They pocket it. I'm telling you.
It.
Most of them. Now, it's not a general thing, but most of them
do that. It shows you,
Gracious,
that the women we have in Nigeria, they are not ready for leadership. When women are ready for leadership, do you know that in every family there are more girls than boys? Okay, in most families.
In most families.
You see, we have more women than men. It has always been like that since inception of the world. That's why even in scriptures, they told us a time will come when 10 women will be dragging one man, because there will be too many women, no husband for them. Now the point here is this. Imagine the population of women that we've got. If they come out and say, everybody we are voting for Gracious as the governor of Bayelsa State. Just imagine that sort of thing. The only thing the men can do in that will now be to intimidate them.
But that would never happen. I see.
And then imagine when these boys bring out their guns. When these boys bring out their guns and they see their mothers.
Yeah. Now, even the women we have in positions today, maybe Senator Natasha, because I've seen a lot of persons on social media saying they call her, they reach out to her and she respond. Even the ones we have today, I've had, in fact, you know that I used to anchor the program Women in Politics. So I've had conversation. In fact, when my guests coming off the airway discussing, they will start highlighting, naming people that they ordinarily want to reach out to, but these women would rather not take their comfort. The days they make it to their offices, they will not respond to them. So this bill, like you said, this bill at the end of the day, these women will be handpicked. Oh, this one is going.
If the ones that they can control.
The ones that they can control,
not the ones people who are willing to make impact.
I'm telling you. So let's take a look at another story here. It reads, former Kaduna State Governor Malam Nasri El-Rufai was detained at the headquarters of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, in Abuja on Monday night, following hours of questioning over an alleged 432 billion naira corruption probe. El-Rufai, chieftain of the African Fad, we took this story earlier, but for the benefit of you that just tuned in, El-Rufai, a chieftain of the African Democratic Congress, is also expected to face criminal prosecution over the alleged bargain of the National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu's phone. Sources within the anti-graft agency confirmed that the former governor, who arrived at the commission's Jabi headquarters around 10 a.m. in response to an invitation, was grilled over allegations from a 2024 Kaduna State House of Assembly report. The report accused his administration of misappropriation of loans, violating due process in contract awards, and increasing the state's debt burden. EFCC spokesman Dele Oyewale confirmed El-Rufai honored the commission's invitation but declined to comment on the interrogation or next steps in the investigation.
Okay, well, that's it. I think the El-Rufai's matter has been overflowed, but for you who's just joining us, El-Rufai and the federal government are fighting. That is just it. Well, his camp,
this is going to be FG versus El-Rufai.
His camp believes it's because he's been against the government. The same way the camp of Kwankwaso believes that the whole allegation from the U.S. that he's related to terrorist groups, that it's all because they're trying to either bully him to join the APC and not accept presidential ticket or vice presidential ticket and all of that. That's basically what is just going on. You still have those that will be in support of him. His supporters are resolute and they are demanding for the result of the probe. Let us see the probe. What have you found out? And the federal government, of course, is still insistent that his activities were they were criminal. They were not
criminal conduct.
Yes,
I mean, for him to even borg
and then even to
for
say
the accused to say he says that he in part he says that it was a third party thing.
Yeah.
He's and not him directly.
Yes.
But
the third party gave him the information and he worked with it. So what are you telling me?
Well,
somebody cooked food. You ate the food. The question is, did you eat the food or not? What's my business with who cooked the food?
But I wasn't the one who cooked the food.
Huh? You weren't the one who cooked it. But did you eat the food?
They gave me and I ate.
You know when we were in the village back then, when people steal, now this was a village practice. Somebody will go and steal a neighbor's chicken or anybody's chicken. You know, they will cook the chicken and then call the woman's children and share the meat to them too. So that if the woman decides to take the matter to the gods, everybody will be affected. So back in the day in the village, if you're a mother and your chicken gets missing, you don't take it to the gods because you suspect that your children might have also been given the food.
Yeah.
Basically, the point is, who did it does not matter. He benefited from it, so he is the one who did it. But Grace
says, with them saying that he has refused to respond to any of the interrogation, even though he accepted their invitation, but he has refused to respond to the next step or any of the interrogation. DS has actually said that he breached the communication Code of 2002, so, and also the cyber crime law. So let's see how that plays out in the coming days. Another story before we bring you the national desk news. Let's quickly take a look at this one. The federal government has approved the release of $5 billion to support victims of the recent fire at Kano's Singer Market. Now, the Governors Forum contributed, I think, $3 billion, and then one other, the federal government general then gave $5 billion. That made it the $8 billion naira. So yeah, that's the thing.
It's a good one. We just hope that the money will get to those who were really affected, those who were truly affected, because we've also seen that in this country, even scammers don't have the conscience. They scam people who are bereaved. They scam the old. They scam the poor.
Okay, quick, Victor, quickly.
That is why I will always be against them, because they scam everybody.
Let's quickly take this security story before we bring you our news. The government of Kwara State and Naija State have pledged to collaborate with relevant authorities to tackle security challenges affecting the two states. Kwara State Governor Abdurrahman Abdurazak made the pledge during a condolence visit to Niger State Governor Mohamed Bago following recent terrorist attacks in communities under the Bogu Emirates. So yes, they've come together under the Bogu Emirates to see how they can liaise, collaborate, and work with security agencies to fight insecurity in their territories.
Okay, well.
And those are the stories we have for you on Stories Making the Rounds. This, once again, is Niger Live TV coming your way from Yenagoa, the capital city of Bayelsa State. Please stay with us as we bring you the National Desk News by 1 p.m.
Honestly, I'm always passing through this road. I never knew there is a TV station in Yenagoa. And a few weeks ago, a few days ago, we flew together, I and the producer or the MD or the CEO of the TV station. And we had a wonderful chat while we got to Abuja. And he had never told me that he has opened a TV station only for gift. You know, kept calling, and I thought I was coming for a radio program. So when I came in and seeing the setup, honestly, I am impressed. I thank you, and I think this is what we should be doing as a people. I want to congratulate Saint. I want to tell him that I have seen this place, and God will crown his effort, knowing fully well that, you know, you're reporting there are standards and there are procedures which I know that you guys will abide by the code of conduct in the television station. Yes, just like you have said, there's a new sheriff in town, which is the executive governor of Bayelsa State. You know, by the APC constitution, he is the leader of the party. He leads and we follow. Yes, in our last stakeholders meeting, just like what I told him, I have watched him from afar with his spiritual disposition of the state. And it is only when God built, the laborer will all labor in vain. So he has started with a clean slate coming to APC. And in our stakeholders meeting, he said it, and I quote, that you can't come to a house and want to take over every property in that house. It's just like me coming to your TV station. I want to carry your camera, I want to carry this, I want to carry this. No, no. It is not done, and even God will not allow it to happen. So, there must be give and take. Those that have labored from 2015 till date, yes, you know that a lot of people came to APC. Some of them left. Some came back. Some left. Now everybody, not everybody, some are still in PDP. As you all know, my local government chairman, Sagbama, she did not defect. The House of Rep, the person I contested with, Fred Agbedi, did not defect. Senator Eric Serake did not defect. The vice chairman of Sagbama local government equally did not defect. And even some government appointees, they are still in PDP. So they have made up their mind they are not going or coming to APC. So we that we are in APC, we must also have a good quality of fair share. There must be a symbiotic relationship so that there won't be bad blood, so that the man who has been a chairman for about 3-4 years, the people that stood for President Ahmed Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to ensure that today is the president. As you all know, in 2015, go and check the results of APC and PDP. In 2015-2019, PDP was getting close to about 60,000 votes in Sagbama local government to 70,000 votes because we were not active in 2015. In 2019, we were not fully active. But in 2023, when we came on board with what we have done for our people in Sagbama Ikeremo, I make boast under God that there's no community in Sagbama that have not facilitated or have not been instrumental in erecting a project in the 38 community. Sagbama has 38 community politically. So in that 38 community, Michael Bless Olomu have, planted a legacy. So that's why you see there's no community that you go to that the name Michael Bless Olomu is not an household name. Because what we have done, being young in politics, the vision, the charisma we have brought into the political space, where people get appointment, they forget about their community. Somebody was saying something somewhere that it is Michael Olomu that has opened our eyes. That before, when we get job in NDDC, we used to sell it. But when Michael Olomu came, he said, no, he will not sell the job, but he will go and look for money and do it. Because when you do the job, you have dual purpose. One, you will make profit. Two, your community will benefit. But before now, all those that have had opportunity, what they do is a job that is that expensive for like 150 million, 200 million, they will sell it for a peanutry of maybe like 5 million. And after 1 month, that 5 million is gone. But for us, we said, no, if we have opportunity, that job must be located in our place. Yes, we will get somebody that will do it. In doing it, we say we will get more as a person. The community too is benefiting. So you see that there's a dual benefit. So by doing that, our name came on ground. People were seeing that this boy, he no be commissioner, he no be advisor for state, he no be MD, he no be this, he no be that. He has attracted project to this community. He has attracted project to this community. He has influenced project to this community. He has influenced project to this community. If we give him opportunity, he will do better. Because those people that are elected, those people that have what it takes to bring this project, they will just sell it so that the people don't know they have opportunity of bringing projects to their people. Employment, we have brought in so many people in federal level, in other agencies of government where we have opportunity.
Good afternoon and welcome to National Desk on Naija Live TV, Yenagoa by Ilsa State. Today, Tuesday, 17th February 2026. I'm Victor Eulogy. We start off with the headlines where National Assembly approves 1.5 trillion naira budget for Nigerian Army 2026. A court schedules a February 24 hearing on INEC party deregistration suit. Lagos pupil serves as one-day governor after spelling bee win. Edo governor procures 54 construction equipment for local councils. Well, details of the stories and more shortly. And the stories in full. The Federal High Court in Abuja has fixed February 24 for the hearing of a suit seeking to compel the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to deregister the African Democratic Congress, ADC, Accord, A, Zenith Labour Party, ZLP, and Action Alliance Party, ALP, over alleged constitutional violations. The suit was filed by the incorporated trustees of the National Forum of Former Legislators with INEC, the Attorney General of the Federation, and the affected parties listed as defendants. The case was adjourned after the presiding judge was unavailable and a new date was agreed upon by the council to the parties. The National Assembly has approved a 1.5 trillion naira budget proposal for the Nigerian Army for the 2026 fiscal year, pledging support to ensure timely release of funds for implementation. The approval followed a joint budget defense session in Abuja by the Senate and House of Representatives committees on Army, during which Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General YD Shaibu, presented details of the proposed expenditure. A statement by the chairman of the Senate Committee on Army, Abdulaziz Yaradua, said lawmakers were satisfied with presentation and reaffirmed their commitment to backing the Army in fulfilling its constitutional duties. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu temporarily vacated his seat as a 14-year-old pupil, Ms. Esther Etiemonu, assumed office as one-day governor. Ms. Etiemonu, an SS2 student of Lagos State Senior Model College, Igbokuta Imota in Ikorodu Division, emerged overall winner of the 2025-2026 Spelling Bee competition organized for public secondary schools across the state. She was received at the State House Marina by Governor Sanwo-Olu alongside her two-member executive team, the one-day Deputy Governor, Ms. Dorcas Awoyemi of Ikosi Senior High School, and the one-day Secretary to the State Government, Ms. Salami Jumain Olaide of Angus Memorial Senior High School, Yaba, who were accompanied by their parents and teachers. As part of the exercise, the winners of the 21st edition of the competition presided over by a brief State Executive Council meeting highlighting the objectives of the Spelling Bee initiative pioneered by Nigeria's First Lady Oluremi Tinubu during her tenure as wife of a former Lagos State Governor. Ms. Etiemonu described the program as a lasting educational legacy that promotes academic excellence and leadership development among students in Lagos State public schools. The Ogun State government has announced that it has constructed over 1,600 kilometers of roads since 2019 and is working to complete at least 2,000 kilometers before the end of Governor Dakbo Abiodun's tenure. In a statement, Commissioner for Works, Ade Akinsayan, noted that road projects are ongoing across 20 local government areas. He explained that the administration inherited more than 4,000 kilometers of dilapidated roads and has implemented a statewide infrastructure strategy aimed at improving rural connectivity, supporting food security corridors, developing economic hubs, and providing better access to schools. Edo State Governor Monday Okpeolo has procured 54 pieces of construction equipment for the state's 18 local government councils, according to a statement by the governor's chief press secretary, Patrick Ebojele. The earth-moving equipment will be inaugurated by the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, in Benin City on Thursday. Mr. Ebojele noted that the acquisition marks a defining moment for grassroots governments, highlighting the administration's commitment to practical governance, infrastructure renewal, and the strengthening of local government structures. Still on the news, the Lagos State Fire and Rescue Service has inaugurated a fire marshal club and held a safety awareness walk to boost community participation in fire prevention and emergency response. A statement by the Lagos State government said the walk began at the service headquarters in Alausa, Ikeja, passed through the Ikeja fire station, and returned to the headquarters, sensitizing residents on fire safety and encouraging proactive engagement. Speaking at the event, Controller General Margaret Adesheye acknowledged the fire incidents remain a concern in Lagos and noted a slight reduction in cases recorded between 2024 and 2025. And that's it on National Desk here on Naija Live TV, Yenagoa, Bayelsa State. Endeavor to follow us on Facebook, like our posts, leave a comment, tag your friends, and share our posts. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on TikTok, on Instagram, and on X. I am Victor Eulogy. Thank you so much for watching.
One of the problems we have in Nigeria is that it's difficult to have solid metals for creative engineering. So what you basically have in this country are tubes for building of houses and erection of structures and all that. But when you come to real metals that you can carve to engine block, metal that you can carve to a shaft or gear, there is nowhere to get in this country. So a country that does not have a shop for metals to cut can never develop. If we had shops where you can go and buy all kinds of grades of metals, it would be easier for the young to get the metals and come to a place like us, and then we will carve it for them, cut, bend, and then do all that. This country will develop. But we don't have. We have to look at China or any of those countries to bring those things to us. That is the story of Nigeria.
will ensure that our people are employed. So that is what we have been doing over the years. And, the governor has said it, that everybody must be carried along, whether new, whether old APC. Now everybody is in APC. You understand? That everybody should be part and parcel of the process of this world and the local government congress, and believing that those that are saddled with the responsibility will follow what the governor is a directive. And when a governor speaks, is a directive. So everybody that will not follow the directive of the governor, will have him himself to be blamed. So we have been with the people. We have been doing things for the people. And for me, it is not because we have so much, that's why we are giving. Yeah. It is because we have the art of giving. We give not because we have plenty. We give because it is commanded, and it is a command that we must give to the less privileged. We must help our brothers and sisters so that society can be a better place for us.
Okay, you've said so many things. And since our focus this morning is on integrity, we want to believe that there are people who have said Bayelsa as a state would have grown bigger and even better than it is now, if not for the lack of integrity on the part of some politicians in the state. Do you agree with that school of thought?
Absolutely, yes. Let me take you down to a story. I will not mention some names because this is a live interview because of the persons that are involved. I was a special assistant to Executive Governor of Bayelsa State between 2008, end of 2008, to 2012. Now, I was called upon that there was somebody who we have the same name, Olomu. So, and they said, the man has done this, the man has done that I should broker out a meeting. I was just in my 20s. That I should broker out a meeting for discussion. Now, I didn't know that Famtangwe had been arranged to arrest the man. Being an aide to a governor, and while we were meeting, I said, okay, our meeting has been scheduled for so time. While we were in the meeting, in Prince Igbagara's house. So when in Prince Igbagara's house for that meeting. So while we were in the meeting, police came, arrested Prince Igbagara, arrested the person we were having the meeting. Then Igbagara was special advisor. We all went to state CID. I wasn't arrested because probably I don't know why. When I got to state CID, they said they have to write statement. And I went to meet His Excellency, the governor, Timi Presiva. I said, Your Excellency, see waiting they happen. No. He said, am I sure? I said, yes. He said, okay. He will handle the situation. That does not call for arrest. Before I know it, the man has been charged to court. Before I know it, the Olomu has been taken to Aoda prison. He was remanded in the prison. And I sat down and I went into prayer. I said, God, what is happening? I felt I was to resolve an issue. I was an aide to the governor. I said, my Lord, I felt I was to resolve an issue. Why am I in the middle of this thing? My position is at stake. My integrity is at stake. What do I do? As a young man in his 20s, I am making so much waves in government, and this is a government issue. What do I do? If I don't support the government, I will lose my appointment. If I support the government, I will be in government and I've lost my integrity. I was asked to be the prime witness of the case.
Against the man?
Against the man. Wow. I was doc. A Bible was given to me. I took an oath that the truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God. I went and they asked me, what is the issue? I said, my Lord, this man is innocent of all the charges. The man collapsed right in court. He was discharged and acquitted. So when we talk about integrity, some of us had political integrity. If it was to some other person, it's an aid. I have an unlimited access to the governor. I have unfertile access to the governor. Of course, I would have said, oh, my position is at stake. I beg, let me just support what they have asked me to support. And they went to meet the governor. They told him that, Your Excellency, Mike has spoiled the case. Your Excellency says, I know Mike. Mike will say the truth and nothing but the truth. People must know you for your antecedent and what you will do. The governor knew that I will not give any false statement against anybody. Yes, some few years ago, Bobby Ugo, one of our media aid, APC media aid, I was somewhere and I got a call that he was being arrested. I drove to his house. I went to his house. I deployed everything humanly possible. He was charged to Okaka. I was there with him. I stood with him. I got all sorts of calls that, oh, hey, this, if you do this. At the end of the day, we stood for him. Not only him, even when Saint was also arrested, we all stood. We all defended him. My life has been a life of integrity, irrespective of whoever will be. I stand for the truth. According to our friend Dino Melaye, he said, you say the truth, you will die. You don't say the truth, you will die. For me, I've chosen to say the truth because one day, all of us will die in a very good old age. So the younger generation that are coming, we must stand for something. If you don't stand for something, you will fall for something. And that same man that is convincing you to do evil, the same man will not use you tomorrow because he knows your antecedent. He knows that if he has opportunity, that this man will not defend him too if this man is in the other side. But they just want to play you. They will tell you, don't worry, you are looking for House of Rep position. Oh, you must compromise. If you don't compromise in politics, people will not compromise for you. But for me, I think what is right, what is wrong. And we must stand for the right, and we must stand for the truth. We must always propagate the truth, irrespective of the situation, irrespective of the condition. For me, I've made up my mind. We will stand to defend the oppressed. We will stand to advocate for the truth. If our voice is heard, glory be to God. But one day, according to Martin Luther King Jr., he said, and I quote, a time will come when one of his children will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I want to be judged by the content of my character, not because I am fair, and not because this man is black, not because my mother is from Imo State and my father is a Bayelsa. Some people will say, oh, hey, this man is not a proper Bayelsa. This man is not a proper, I want to be fair to all concerned. In Rotary, we were made to believe that there are four-way tests of the things we do or say. Anything you do, you must make sure it's the truth. Anything you do, you must make sure it's fair to all concerned. Anything you do, you must make sure it will be beneficiary to all concerned. So when we do these things, when we have this watch war, and when we have this in our mind, we'll know that society will be a better place. What are they going to give us? 100,000. What will 100,000 naira do for you in Nigeria? What would they give you? 150,000. What would a 150,000 naira do to buy your conscience for just a peanut tree? For me, I have said, God forbid. I will speak the truth now that I'm alive. I will speak the truth even on gunpoint. I will speak the truth no matter whoever is involved. I will always say the truth. And just like the Bible has admonished us, you say the truth at all times. And that's what I am doing.
All right, thank you so much. Let's come back to the politics in Bayelsa again. I think that's where we actually started off from as well. We'll still come back to the integrity test because a lot of things that I still want to ask you after I finish talking. Now, very recently, the governor, His Excellency actually put up a committee to oversee certain things in the APC. Like you rightly mentioned, that there are people that have actually been building the house before some persons defected. Large majority from the PDP defected to the APC. Would you say that the committee that was recently set up by the governor is actually a fair deal Do you really see yourself, I mean, and other persons that have actually been in the party before the arrival of others getting a first stance? You, for example, you contested for the House of Reps in 2023, and having others who still have same interest as you in PDP before defected, do you think that that is going to be a fair deal for those persons that have actually been here? I mean, are they going to get a fair deal since they now have the arrival of those that have actually been ruling in the state right now in the APC?
Well, thank you, Gift. For me, gracious, sorry. Gracious, thank you. For me, the governor meant well. Now, if the governor did not mean well for us, he probably would have sat down in government house and probably has asked one or two persons from each of the ward and local government to just write names and submit. For me, I must commend the dexterity and the doggedity of the executive governor of Bayelsa State, distinguished Senator Doye Diri. For doing that, he has my support, and I owe him on a very high esteem for taking that bold step. Secondly, he went ahead to say that you cannot come to somebody's house and want to take over everything, that it is not possible. Even God will not allow it to happen. And that's why you see some pocket of protests and he has said any ward, any local government that has any issue that is going to take it up and address the issue, that is the man that meant well for everybody. Yes, you cannot be for everybody. It's just like you have your children and your brother children. Yes, you tend to show that you are the father of all. But in your heart, there are those that you hold close. But yes, the governor has proven to us, the old member, yes, they said everybody is new, and we are believing that with this, we'll see how new we are, or how togetherness everybody will be. Yes, some persons had been in this party. Some persons fought for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Now, the governor has said it that one of the cardinal purpose is Tinubu's election. Now, who loves Tinubu more? The man that has been fighting for you for the past 4 years, and the man who is coming to fight for you. Now, are you not coming to support what we have been supporting? That is it. So the man who is there, who is supporting this process, has the mind to support. So it's not as if this man will betray. Now, I said it. Particularly, I'll make my emphasis in Sagbama. In the 2023 election, compared to 2019, compared to 2015, Sagbama has a total voting strength of about 120,000. But in the 2023 general election, we were able to reduce the voting strength to 1 man, 1 vote in Sagbama. And we know the outcome of it. And we know what APC got. If APC, when everybody was on that side in PDP, if all of them put together, they could not defeat us with 70%, with 60%, not even more than 50%. That means we have over 35% strength in Sagbama. So a man who has 35% strength, when everybody was on one side, now it makes boast to say that Sagbama.
Thank you for joining us on another exciting edition of Naija Entertainment Mix. Today is Tuesday, the 16th day of February 2026. So yes, is it 16th or 17th? 16th. Why are you dancing? Okay.
That's the victory dance for 2027.
Oh, wow. I don't think it's 17th.
2027 victory dance.
Okay. For politicians.
Yes. No, for let's go. Let's go.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us on Naija Live Entertainment Mix today, Tuesday, 17th February 2026, with myself, Gracious Fanana, and
Victor Eulogy. Oh, meanwhile, Gracious, I'm also called the children's daddy, right?
Yeah, that's how I wanted to introduce you.
Hey, the children's daddy. So this is the victory dance. Victory dance for me and my children in 2027.
This looks like politician dance. I don't understand, because it's only politicians that don't know how to dance with rhyme and rhythm. Because people are doing like this. People are doing like people are tearing steps. You're
second
doing
second tenor. That's the dance.
Oh, really?
Yeah. 1, 2. Okay.
Wow.
You need to learn it, yeah?
That dance is only for the elderlies. I mean, we're talking politicians.
That's why I'm the children's daddy. I'm the children's daddy.
The elderly politicians, not even people like, what's this man's name from Kogi, because he will not see other steps. This man, Dino Milaye or Adeleke.
He's a grooving guy.
Governor Adeleke cannot see. Governor Adeleke will be giving you Victor, that means, how you know how to give his Governor Delegate's steps. Jesus.
Oh, goodness me.
Victor, just when I was about thinking that your dance is because you don't know how to dance, that means you're just feigning that you don't know how to dance.
No, I'm a man of
many steps.
Yeah.
All right, let's get into our stories. First, we quick start with the headlines. This here says, possible response to alleged blacklisting by music executives. And the next one, Nathaniel Bassey recounts alleged spiritual encounter on expressway. On the foreign scene, Hollywood legend Robert Duvall dies at 95. Tribute pouring. Let's quickly bring you the stories now. Controversial Nigerian singer Habib Okikiola Badmus, popularly known as Portable, has responded to allegations that he has been blacklisted by leading figures in the country's music industry. The claims emerged after popular influencer Tunde Perry disclosed that he attended a meeting where top music executives allegedly resolved to blacklist the singer over what was described as gross misconduct. According to Perry, Portable's alleged unruly conduct has not only strained his relationship with key industry stakeholders, but has also negatively impacted opportunities for emerging artists seeking support from established musicians and executives.
The truth is, this sort of thing can happen where certain individuals feel like, okay, we are stakeholders, we are elders in this industry, and we can punish erring young people by doing this and doing that. But the world right now has become a global village. The world is digitalized, right? So Portable does not need your blacklisting or delisting or whatever it is you do. I mean, for him to succeed. Portable has his Instagram handle.
Yeah.
Portable,
and he's a very popular person on social media space.
He's always in the news. He's always on the news. He gets controversial. And after every controversy, he drops a song. And people stream the song.
I mean, in this era where we now have AIs even be making someone else's song and it goes very viral. And so, yes.
So basically, Portable, is just, he's stubborn, we know. But this sort of thing was done to Burna Boy.
Okay, really?
Today when people say, oh, Burna Boy is rude, Burna Boy is arrogant, oh, Burna Boy does not value the Nigerian market and so on and so forth, they forget there was a time
that he was blacklisted.
When Burna Boy was blacklisted for whatever reason they had. Burna Boy even had to leave Nigeria to South Africa.
Yeah, I remember at the time that he was rumored dating this other female musician at the time.
What even helped Burna Boy's career? What revived Burna Boy's career? Because at a point it seemed like, he wasn't going to make it anymore because they had blacklisted him. And I'm going to the culture of blacklisting and why it is not such a good thing. Kanye West released an album. He had a song titled Ye on the album. Burna Boy had a song that he had released before Kanye West titled Ye.
Wow.
So when Kanye West came out with Ye, people were Googling and it was Burna Boy's Own that was coming out. Like that's the one they were seeing more.
Wow.
Because Burna Boy's Own had been there before Kanye's Own.
Yeah.
And so people like that, yeah. That was the song. And that song blew Burna Boy. That song was what took him international. That song was what made Burna Boy big. The same people who blacklisted him started wanting him in their shows. And then when he acts, you say he's arrogant. See, you are not gods. You need to stop this attitude of saying blacklisting people. They did this thing in Nollywood that time that turned all our A-list singers to A-list actors to musicians. And Genevieve became a musician. May affliction not rise a second
My
time.
dear. So imagine a group of persons, like from what the Perry claimed, that he was in an executive meeting where they had to bring up Portable's conversation.
I mean
that's people telling themselves that they are demigods.
They are gods.
For the fact that you've been on a particular space for a long period doesn't mean that someone else will not come, grow, and even overtake you. So, okay, we understand that sometimes Portable can be really controversial most times, but he has had problem with government officials. He has been arrested. In fact, he's an ex-convict right now, and he even made a song out of it and all of those things. So for people to go round table now, this is not the first time. We heard there was this time when Kiss Daniel was Kiss Daniel, now he's Kiss Daniel, right? At a time that he was saying that, oh, there was this cabal in the music industry, there was this, and he had problems until finally he's still in the music industry with his, I think, former music label still supporting him and all. But for the fact that some persons just try to have a round table conversation and see how they can bring down the struggle of someone else down, it doesn't matter what has happened. Are there things that you cannot be that cannot be trashed out with this person? If it's something that needs legal case, can you not go legal rather than sitting down to see how you can reach out to certain people? Today we even saw this couple, I think they now separated. This lady with, I think, this Leonard and where we saw Peggy Oviri and our former husband Leonard, where we are seeing statement of, oh, he's been trying to reach out to people, movie producers, not to work with her, to blacklist her. Those are things. See, you're not God to dim the light of someone else. If you have challenge with, if you have a problem with anybody, why not try to sort it out? If it's a legal thing, take it legally. If it's to arrest this person, make it legal rather than trying to say you will sit, you just have roundtable conversation and see how you can do this. Anyways, today, like my friend and colleague rightly mentioned, that we are now living in a global village where people can sit at their home and make music, produce their music, and see how they can promote it. I remember Tyler, that is a back-to-back Grammy award-winning celebrity musician. She stated that where she got her fame from was on TikTok.
Yes, of course, TikTok.
And that if you release
TikTok
any song, I'm telling you, you said take it seriously on TikTok. So when while you're there trying to see how you bring down people, like see what happened, Victor. I'm just hearing this for the first time. I've known that, I always know that there was a time the career of Burna Boy was down. He traveled to the SA and then later came back. I didn't even know it was all of these process that he had his song, he was blacklisted. You see, so you are not God. I understand that Portable can actually be very funny at times, that even you wonder who are the people associating with this one. But you can see that this guy is almost like a content creator who does music, because he feels like he makes his fame from controversies. So he will always want to create something that will make the world talk about him, and from there he will look for an avenue, a loophole to release songs. So aside from Portable, there are a lot of people that have always been saying, musicians will say that there are cabals. I mean, we are talking political cabal. Are we also supposed to talk about entertainment cabals as well? Please, let's see how we can help ourselves rather than sitting around table to discuss how you can bring down someone from nowhere. Now, another one here, Nigerian gospel minister and pastor Nathaniel Bassey has recounted an encounter in which he alleged that a traditional spiritualist attempted to place him under a spell. According to Bassey, the incident occurred along an expressway and marked the second time the same individual had approached him. Okay, speaking during a worship session, he stated that the man knocked on his car and began what he described as an enchantment, allegedly attempting to influence and compel him to act.
Okay, well, gracious, I don't know. That's Just take that story again. Take the second part of
Okay, now, all right. So I'll take it from the top. It reads, Nigerian gospel minister and pastor Nathaniel Bassi has recounted an encounter in which he alleged that a traditional spiritualist attempted to place him under a spell. According to Bassi, the incident occurred along an expressway and marked the second time the same individual had approached him. Speaking during a worship session, he stated that the man knocked on his car and began what he described as an enchantment, allegedly attempting to influence and compel him to act.
And I asked you to repeat the story because, not because I didn't hear it the first time, but because this kind of matters now. I don't even know where to judge it from. There are people who listen to this story and say it's false, that it's one of those, let me use Nigerian parlance, or Nigerian social media lingo. It is one of those lambas, according to Nigerians.
Yeah.
However, because Nathaniel Bassi is a man who's shown himself to be upright, a man who's shown himself to not be a clout chaser, a man who's shown himself to be godly. You know, Nathaniel Bassi is one of the few gospel musicians whose songs are actually gospel songs.
Yeah.
There are so many gospel musicians whose songs are not gospel songs. You could say, okay, Christians can listen to them, but they sound very secular. You know, some of them sound very empty. So Nathaniel Bassi has shown that he's a man of God. So it's hard to doubt what he is saying. Now, but the big question is, who would that person be? Is it somebody who was trying to ensnare him so he could scam him of his money? Or is it somebody that was sent by, in quote, his village people?
Or rivals.
Or maybe rivals? But
he doesn't have rival. I mean,
who would be Nathaniel's rival?
It is
Nathaniel
funny.
does not charge money to attend your program.
But some persons
his YouTube is not monetized. His social media is not monetized. So many things. He's a simple man. He's not online dragging anybody. He's not fighting any record label like Mercy Chinwo and Easy T saying, I picked you up, I did this, or you seized my money. He's not involved in those sorts of controversies and all of that. So who would be fighting him? But then, many thanks to God Almighty on his behalf for saving him.
Well, I respect gospel artists, because I don't respect all of them.
Yeah.
But when it comes to Nathaniel Bassi and Dunsin Oyekan, there are people that I can actually call pastors. I mean, I respect them a whole lot. That spiritual level, how it has blessed most persons. Now, it is actually funny that why you were saying that, how who want to rival him, you don't even, why you were there thinking, I'm just living my life. I don't have a problem. Someone else is somewhere trying to feel like you're their competition and seeing how they want to bring you down for no just cause. Like, you don't even know me from nowhere. I mean, you're not even my family member, but some persons are just fixated on how to see that, oh, this way. Imagine me. I rarely say this person is my pastor because these days a lot of things are questionable. But when it comes to Nathaniel Bassi and Dunsin Oyekan, I don't know, for certain reasons I really can't put my fingers across. I respect this man's spiritual level. I respect them a lot spiritually, and even as a human as well.
Maybe it could be somebody who feels,
and it could also
why is it that I'm charging 5 million and you're
this
not charging anything?
And it could also be people that
now they're not calling me.
It might be people that are on the traffic, all these people that just do certain things on the traffic and see how they can scam people. There are people who just have this thing, they go around traffic and see how they can scam people. It might even be them. So he actually gave the testimony during a worship session. When you're praying and you just remember that this happened to me, and then you share it. And he's someone that is rarely on the news for things like this. Okay, let's quickly go to the foreign scene now. Veteran Hollywood actor Robert Duvall, known for his roles in The Godfather and Apocalypse Now, has died at the age of 95. Tributes have poured in from across film industry. He's the father co-star Al Pacino described his talent as a phenomenal gift that will always be remembered. Adam Sandler and Viola Davis, my woman, also honored Duvall, praising his remarkable performances, strength of character, and enduring legacy as one of the greatest actors of his generation.
Yeah, it's a sad one. It's indeed a really sad one, and may his soul rest in peace, and of course his family. At 95 in today's world is a very ripe age.
That's
and,
what you say.
But then, as there is no amount of ripeness somebody's age can be that will equate the pain one feels for losing a loved one.
A loved one.
And so
Because
that
his
is
wife
why-
actually made the announcement.
And that is why we always pray, and that God would grant the bereaved the fortitude to bear the
irreparable
loss that we
loss.
consider irreparable.
Yeah. All right, those are the stories we have for you on Naija Entertainment Mix, Naija Live Mix. Thank you for watching.
You should leave Portable alone.
Okay.
Leave Portable alone.
You've heard him.
This blacklisting you people are doing, stop it.
Stop it.
It's
It's not a good thing. Every time I want to blacklist
you want to
people,
feel like you're gods.
I beg Jerry.
What happened now? The Genevieve you people blacklisted. The
They are still
Omotola you
they are still the
blacklisted.
number one in the industry.
Gracious, maybe you forgot that season. All of them became singers. Even Tonto Dike dropped music when she was blacklisted.
She was featured now. Mama G featured her.
Oh goodness me, they all dropped music back in the day. Oh, may Omotola not sing again.
I mean, but see
But
them
look at where
doing
they
well.
are.
Up until today, you still miss
Genevieve
them.
became the first Nollywood movie producer, Nollywood actor to make $1 million from one movie, and that was with The Lionheart.
The Lionheart.
When Netflix bought it from her. You know, so you need to stop this. You're not God. This sky is large enough for everyone to
occupy
play. If the
everybody.
person is part of your association, we can understand.
To accommodate
And you say, okay, look,
everybody.
because you've broken this, your punishment would be for 2 months, for 1 month, and all of that. But saying you want to blacklist somebody, they should not invite the
Who are
person
you?
to events and all of that. You're not God. He will still make his money. That's it.
You know God, you've heard him. Gracious Fernanda here. Thank you for watching Naija Live TV. And of course, the
After all, President Bola Tinubu was blacklisted by Obasanjo.
Oh, really?
I know, gracious, this photo, I get pissed when I speak. Yes, he was blacklisted. When Tinubu was the governor of Lagos State, Obasanjo blacklisted him, withheld allocation.
But today,
For years.
that same thing is happening in delicate states right now. They've withheld local government allocations for how many they've been fighting back.
Not
in
the
the
state
courts
government allocation.
But it's the
This
same
one
thing.
was-
It's
well,
the same thing.
No, this one was Lagos State was not receiving any allocation.
I mean, it did not happen in River State. So you see,
In River State, there was an emergency.
no, before the emergency, they withheld the allocation for River
Was it
State.
for 1 year or for a few months?
I mean, even at that, there's no for the fact that you suffered it and you fought against it. Someone else shouldn't suffer it. That's the
And
thing.
that's why there was a state of emergency.
All right, thank you so much for staying with us. Please stay with Naija Live TV. Don't forget to please follow us, comment, and share our content as well. And stay tuned as we have more programs coming your way this afternoon.